Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by the all-new Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Welcome to Houston, Texas, in beautiful Minute Maid Park. It is an indoor stadium, a retractable roof stadium. It was 100 degrees when we arrived here this afternoon about 3 o'clock, so they keep the roof closed to keep the temperature comfortable inside. It's a beautiful ballpark. Blue Jays haven't had a whole lot of fun here. They're 2-12 for their career in this ballpark, so they got to turn things around. They've lost 7 straight games, and the Blue Jays have been active just like the rest of baseball. Pat, give me your impression of these 3 players the Blue Jays picked up today.
Well, they needed some starting pitching, and they needed some pitching in general to get some depth. And if you're going to move Aaron Sanchez to the bullpen, you need some replacements, and they got that. First of all, in Scott Feldman, he just comes over from the other dugout, the Houston Astros dugout. He's having a good year, 290 earned run average, a very good whip. He's pitched in 26 games. Mike Holsinger comes over from the Los Angeles Dodgers. He will probably take over the role that Drew Hutchison had, providing a little bit more depth on this team down in AAA than Francisco Liriano. How about that move? That one with 1 minute to go in the trade deadline. If you're going to move Sanchez to the bullpen, you need a replacement. It looks like Liriano is going to be that guy, and I think he's going to pitch a lot better than those numbers indicate right there, because he's going to be pitching to Russell Martin.
They were together in Pittsburgh, and Liriano pitched very well in Pittsburgh, throwing to Russell Martin, so that's an advantage John Givens will be anxious to watch. Doug Fister, there was some doubt as to whether or not he was going to start this game. His wife is expecting their first child literally any minute, so he might leave this game abruptly here tonight. Let's take a look at the Blue Jays lineup. They mentioned they won 16 games in the month of July. They're second in the American League, just a half game behind the Orioles. Top of the order has really been swinging the bats well, especially Devon Travis in his last 10 games. A .368 average, 4 doubles, a home run, and 4 RBIs. And Jose Bautista, he's 3 for 23 since coming off the DL, but he has hit well against tonight's starter, Doug Fister. 6 for 13 with 3 doubles. Maybe this is the guy that'll get Bautista going and get his timing back. He has not had much success since his return.
He doesn't throw very hard, but he throws a lot of strikes. 32-year-old veteran getting ready for his 21st start of the season. He's pitched really well. 3 runs or less in 16 of his 20 starts this year, and the Astros have gone 13-7 in those 20 starts. It's been a while since the Blue Jays have seen him. This is the first time that he is going to face the Jays since 2013. He's a sinker ball type of pitcher with a big curveball, and he's made a nice little comeback after the Astros signed him as a free agent this past January.
Devon Travis will step in the box, batting .284 at the start of play tonight. 7 homers and 26 RBIs for Travis. He's in the leadoff spot tonight with no Josh Donaldson in the order. Bautista drops into the 2 spot.
I talked to Devin about leading off. He says, I'm going to continue to be the guy I was down at the bottom of the lineup. Take a lot of pitches, use the whole field, try to shorten up. The last thing I want to do is change the way I've been swinging.
Alex Bregman, the rookie third baseman, makes the play. Travis is retired, 5-3. So that'll bring Jose Bautista to the plate. We talk about home runs, and when you've got Bautista on the lineup, he's always going to be on the leaderboard, and this is the active home run leaders. Alex Rodriguez of the Yankees is first. He's closing in on 700. Bautista is 10th over his 13 seasons with 299, and Edwin Encarnacion is in that as well. He is just 4 home runs shy of 300 as well.
Awfully nice to have those 2 big bats in the middle of that lineup. Doug Fister will give up his share of home runs, but Bautista sitting on 299. Next one will be 300. Some of the other big sluggers on that list, Pujols and Ortiz and Miguel Cabrera.
Bautista slaps it to first. Tyler White makes the play. 2 quick outs and 2 ground ball outs. That's generally when Doug Fister is throwing the ball well. Take a look at the defense for the Astros. Preston Tucker is in left field. Colby Rasmus starting just for the 11th time in center. And George Springer is in right. Bregman, Correa, Altuve, and White around the infield. Jason Castro, the veteran catcher behind the plate for Doug Fister.
You mentioned Alex Bregman at third base. We've already seen him. 7 different third basemen used by the Houston Astros this year. This is just his 6th start. He was their #1 pick just last June 2015, and here he is in the big leagues.
Edwin Encarnacion with nobody on and 2 outs. Like a high changeup.
A lot of right-handed batters in the lineup tonight for the Blue Jays, so you have to have good defense on the left side of the infield with Doug Fister on the mound with that sinker.
Edwin, 28 home runs, 89 RBIs. Popped out of play into the seats. Very potent lineup that really struggled on their 9-game homestand. The offense really wasn't hitting on all cylinders, and John Gibbons doesn't have one of his big bats in the lineup tonight, Josh Donaldson. Encarnacion strikes out. Good inning for Doug Fister. 3 up, 3 down with the strikeout. Marcus Stroman will go to the mound, trying to continue to bounce back from a very good month of July. Second season as the manager of the Houston Astros, his 4th managerial season overall. Take a look at the lineup for the Astros. They got off to a terrible start, 7-17 in April, but they bounced back. They're in 2nd place. Jose Altuve, what a hitter he has become since the All-Star break, hitting nearly .450, 26 for 58, with 7 extra base hits. And Evan Gattis has always been a thorn in the Blue Jays' side, batting .351 with 13 hits and 37 at-bats. So this lineup doesn't have a lot of great hitters in it, but they've got 2 very good hitters that have hit well against the Blue Jays.
They hit a lot of home runs and they take a lot of walks. Marcus Stroman, 22nd start of the season, 8-4, 492 earned run average. I thought last time out against San Diego he was very good. Although he picked up a no decision, he left that game with the lead. Bullpen gave that one up for him. 7 strikeouts for Marcus in his last start.
The Astros have really turned things around after they put Springer in the leadoff spot. He did a great job setting the table, and his offense has come around as well. 16 doubles, 3 triples, and 22 home runs for the right fielder.
You know what he has? He's got power and he's got speed. And ever since they put him in the leadoff spot, they have taken off offensively and as a team.
There's a base hit to right. Bautista over to cut it off, and he will. George Springer with a leadoff single in the bottom of the 1st. Marcus Stroman is a ground ball throwing machine, and that defense in the infield especially becomes important. In the outfield is Michael Saunders, Kevin Pillar, and Jose Bautista, their regular outfield alignment. Darwin Barney is at 3rd for Josh Donaldson. Goins and Travis up the middle. Justin Smoke back at 1st, and Russell Martin behind the plate for Marcus Stroman.
There's Ryan Goins, who's going to take over at shortstop while Troy Tulowitzki is out. We all know about the fractured thumb. Ryan was on the plane last night. He happened to be on his way to Toronto with Dalton Pompey. Got the call when he was in Burlington to just come right to the airport, hop on the plane, and come on down to Houston. You're playing shortstop tonight.
Yeah, it was a surprise. We walked into the airport and there was Ryan Goins standing in line with his teammates. Look out, that ball went right into the Blue Jays dugout. And Bregman lost it. Troy Tulowitzki was here awfully early this afternoon taking ground balls. You can see his right thumb. He's got kind of a Band-Aid on that right thumb, and he was trying to see whether or not he could throw. He didn't throw very well and didn't throw very long today.
Tomorrow he's going to try and grip a bat to maybe hit off of the tee, see how he feels. It's a chip fracture in that thumb, but he's going to try and avoid the disabled list. Give it a couple of days. We might be surprised. He might not be back in that lineup.
Well, two of the big players for the Blue Jays on the bench tonight. Tulowitzki can't play, according to himself, in an emergency situation if they need it. Alex Bregman, as Pat mentioned, a former #1 pick, and he got his first big league hit yesterday in Detroit in a losing cause, but when he got to first base, he was congratulated by a pretty good hitter, Miguel Cabrera.
I saw that online today, how excited he was just to see Cabrera.
Fly ball to right. Bautista on the run, and this ball's into the seats out of play. When Bregman got the base hit, he got the first base, and Miguel Cabrera knew it was his first big league hit. And he said, "Hey, congratulations, kid. Just 2,999 more to go. Let's go."
Off to a little bit of a rough start right now. Third baseman, he came up as a shortstop. He's also had a game out in left field. I tell you, the Houston Astros are full of good young players after having a lot of high draft picks over the last few years.
That's a foul ball off the end of the bat. It was out in front of that off-speed pitch. Well, the Astros have just signed a veteran Cuban third baseman, Yulieski Gurriel, and he is now officially playing in the minor leagues. He had some problems with his working papers, so he's got that sorted out. So A.J. Hinch knows that they might have to make Bregman a super utility player.
Super utility. The plan is to get him to the big leagues right before they come to Toronto, but they're not real sure about if he can get into Canada with his working papers and his visa.
Gurriel is a native of Cuba. Springer got a great jump. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. Not in time. Russell Martin made a terrific throw. It was a breaking ball for the strikeout. And he threw a strike to second, but Springer got a walking lead.
Yeah, you saw the jump over there. Watch Springer trying to time up Marcus Stroman, and that's where Marcus is going to have to really hold the ball on him. Springer slides head first, and it looked like they got the tag down, and I think the Blue Jays are checking to see if they want to look at this one. Russell Martin made a great throw, but the Blue Jays going to wave it off. If he holds Springer there, just hold the ball for a fraction of a second longer, you make that runner freeze. A lot easier to get a running start on a stolen base attempt.
Springer, his 7th stolen base of the season. He's been caught 8 times. So Jose Altuve, we mentioned his great run since the All-Star break, batting .448 since the midseason break.
I'll tell you what, this guy packs a punch, doesn't he? 18 home runs, 62 RBIs, and he's thinking swing the bat as soon as he walks into that batter's box.
He's very aggressive and loves to hit the fastball. So they throw him a high breaking ball for the first pitch. Now Altuve is going to draw comparisons to Dustin Pedroia first and foremost because of their size and the fact they're both second basemen. But both Pedroia and Altuve love to hit the fastball, and they can hit the high fastball.
Hit the high fastball. I tell you, that's not a good place to be throwing those off-speed pitches up like that.
Altuve's got 18 home runs and 62 RBI. Check, swing, tap, foul.
You can see he stays off the plate, strides into the ball, and that's what's really helping him put up these kind of numbers this season. He's first in the American League in batting average at .356. And he's not a punch-and-Judy type of hitter. He can spray the ball all over the ballpark. He's got a great on-base percentage. He can also run. With his 25 steals, he's only been thrown out 4 times, and he's got some pop. Open stance and strides right into the ball.
That ball followed him inside, and he fouls it off.
That might be a pretty good place to pitch it. A lot of times when you see batters hit from an open stance like that, they start to stride back towards the plate. They're trying to guard for the outside pitch. That's when you pitch them inside.
Two and two, 1 out. George Springer at second. That's a backup breaking ball. That slider got underneath it, but it backed up over the strike zone, so Altuve's caught looking at strike 3.
Can't pull the trigger on that breaking ball. Again, not a good breaking ball. That thing just spun up there and stayed in the middle of the plate, but Altuve can't pull the string. And Marcus has a big strikeout.
2 strikeouts now for the cleanup man, Carlos Correa. Correa making his 100th start at shortstop. He goes after the first pitch and hits it into the seats. You mentioned the Astros have done a terrific job of drafting and developing, and this is a prime example right here. Carlos Correa came up mid-season last year. He's just 21 years old, and here he is hitting in the cleanup spot for a pennant contending ball club.
Playing a very important position as shortstop. But you also saw that he was the first overall pick a few years ago. They had a lot of losing here in Houston before they put that season together last year. The bonus for having all those bad seasons, high draft picks.
When you can't miss, you have to make sure you connect when you have first overall pick. That was in 2012. Ball on a strike to Correa. Bounced over Stroman. Here comes Travis. He throws on the run in time, and Stroman leaves Springer stranded in scoring position. A couple of strikeouts. We played an inning here in Houston. No score.
Upgrade a couple of positions today. First of all, in the bullpen with Scott Feldman, and they also improved the rotation, picking up Francisco Liriano, and there was not a happier person in that Blue Jays clubhouse today than Russell Martin. He says they've worked together so well in Pittsburgh. He says that he feels very comfortable with him and feels Francisco feels the same way. In fact, when you look at all the people that have caught Liriano over the years, there's 7 of them that at least have caught 10 starts. Russell Martin has by far the best ERA with him. than any other catcher. And Buck is a guy that has caught for so many years. I'm just curious to know how big of a deal is that to have that chemistry with a pitcher?
Well, Barry, it's huge, especially for a mid-season trade where a pitcher joins a new ball club. You come over with a catcher that you're familiar with. That's off the end of the bat. That's going to drop for Michael Saunders, a leadoff single. But yeah, it's a great combination. Pat, you and I both talked to Russell Martin today about Liriano, and he was really excited about the acquisition.
He was beaming. He knows him. He likes him. He likes him as a pitcher. Thinks his stuff is really going to play in the American League, and they have a little chemistry working. You know who else really likes Francisco Liriano? Another ex-teammate, Jason Greeley, was beaming today, saying what a pickup for the Blue Jays. He thinks he's going to really help this team.
Saunders aboard with the opposite field single. This is Russell Martin. Yeah, the entire clubhouse was a buzz. The players were pumped up because of the acquisitions. Trade deadline. You remember a couple of years ago, right here in this same ballpark, Blue Jays didn't make any moves, and it was a very disappointed ball club. Not the case this afternoon.
A lot of excitement. Guys talking about it. It's almost like a bolt of lightning that goes through your clubhouse of energy. There's a little bit of a spring in your step, especially after the game yesterday. I mean, that was a grinding game for the Blue Jays and a tough loss. Then you got to get on a plane and fly for 3 hours down to Houston. You get in late, and then you got to play another ball game. Then you come to the ballpark and you hear that kind of news. It just lifts your spirits.
2-1 to Martin. Hopped in the air, shallow right field. Springer's got great speed. He posts over to the foul line and makes the catch.
You know what they have all over the diamond? Houston Astros, they've got athletes, speed, quickness. That ball initially, when it went off the bat, looked like it might have a chance to fall in there, but Springer, with outstanding speed in right field, runs it down. Another former #1 pick.
Yeah, and you're right. They were cellar dwellers for a long time, and because of that, they racked up a lot of high picks, and they've made the most of them. Justin Smoak starting at first base tonight. Smoak just 2 for 11 against Doug Fister. I think this matchup plays a lot better in Smoak's favor than 2 for 11 would suggest. Fisker works down into strike zone, and Smoak's a low ball hitter.
It's a low ball hitter, and Fister does have a good curveball. And Justin's had some problems at times with that slow curveball. But I'm with you. If he throws that ball down, he's going to hit it hard somewhere.
A little bit upstairs, and he fouled it straight back. No score, top of the second inning, and Houston Blue Jays have lost 7 straight games here at Minute Maid Park. Overall, they are just 2-12 in this ballpark. They first came here in 2005 during interleague play, and then, of course, the Astros switched leagues. And they've been here the last 3 seasons, but it hasn't been a good stop for John Gibbons and the Blue Jays.
Last time they won here, July 31st, 2014. The winning pitcher, Aaron Sanchez.
Smoak strikes out, slider inside, and it's the second strikeout recorded by Fister.
Pulling his head just a little bit on that breaking ball, and when you do that, you lose track of the ball and you can swing right over the top. And look at the finish right there. His head is up, it's not down. Just have to stay on that ball just a little bit longer.
Kevin Pillar batting .267. Pillar had an infield hit in yesterday's game. That was about all he could manage. He was 1 for 5 after a terrific game on Saturday. He gets jammed and hits a little soft pop-up behind home. Jason Castro is there. And Fister gives up a bloop single to start the inning and strands a base runner.
return from this road trip through Houston and Kansas City. They return to the Rogers Center with the Tampa Bay Rays waiting from August 8th through the 10th. And then these same Houston Astros pay a visit from the 12th through the 14th. The LA Angels are in from the 23rd to the 25th, and the Minnesota Twins round out the month from the 26th through the 28th. Go to BlueJays.com for tickets. You know, Feldman was telling me one of the weird things about this trade today is not only is he switching clubhouses, guys, but it's a road game for him, and he's going to sleep in his own bed tonight.
That's never a bad thing, Barry, and he was pumped up as well. You and I had a chance to visit with Scott Feldman before the game, and he was all excited about the prospects of playing for the Blue Jays. Kobe Rasmus goes after the first pitch and grounds out to the shortstop, Ryan Goins, playing him in the shift. Rasmus now 3 for his last 51. Just hasn't had it going lately.
3 for 51. Woo.
That's not very good.
That's ooh. That's hard to do. You've been traded in midseason.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
It's a real challenge, and Russell was really interesting. We were talking with Feldman, and he said, this is the worst part of being traded in mid-season. I said, what's that? He goes, talking to all you guys.
I told him there was going to be a test that if you could remember our names after we walk away from you.
But yeah, everybody wanted to say hello to the new players and get a chance to meet them. Troy Tulowitzki went through that last year, of course, and you know, he got a lot of attention early on, of course, being a star player coming into a pennant race. Everybody wanted to find out all about Troy Tulowitzki.
Well, what's the first thing you do after you're traded? You go and try and find somebody who you know, who you've played against, who you played with, former teammates, whatever, just so you can find some familiarity. Say, hey, teach me the ropes here, this new organization. What do we do about this? What's the travel like?
There's a breaking ball, and Gaddis is caught looking. That was a curveball. 3 strikeouts for Stroman.
Swing for the fences and save during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
2 down. This is beautiful Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. And to finish up a thought about being traded mid-season, it's toughest on the families. I was traded from Milwaukee to Toronto in May. My wife Arlene and my son Casey were with us. We were in California. I was designated for assignment in Anaheim. So then you find out that you're traded, and the ball club, of course, wants you there the next day.
Yes.
And the family is the one that has to go through all the hardships, packing up, moving, and getting the children, the dogs, all the pets, and everything else to the new city. That's the real challenge.
How about selling your house in the city you're coming from and then packing everything up into U-Haul, driving home, getting your stuff, and then meeting you out in your new city?
Yeah, the players have it made. They jump on a plane and fly away from all those problems.
Yeah, all we have to do is play.
This is popped up. Preston Tucker pops it up into foul territory. Easy inning for Marcus Stroman. 3 up, 3 down. We played 2. Still no score.
Sportsnet Now, a new way to live stream sports without having cable. Visit sportsnet.ca/now to start your free trial today. And on a day like today with the trade deadline shows going on, it was a great way to keep up. If you're not in front of your TV, Buck, you can just sit and follow it on your tablet.
I tell you what, Barry, there were so many things going on right at the end. The trade deadline had passed, and there were still being trades announced after the 4 p.m. Eastern time deadline. It was kind of interesting, but yeah, there were a lot of happenings today. Bouncing ball, nice play by Bregman, and oh, what a play. There he shows you that athleticism as Alex Bregman playing at third base, kind of an unfamiliar position for him, made a terrific play to retire Darwin Barney.
You know what he showed off right there? He showed off his arm. High chopper. He's not a big guy, just listed at 6 feet, 182 pounds. He went back, caught the ball, and then showed off that good arm from the left side of the infield to get Darwin over at first base. Nice play.
Well, we talked about Pfister, the sinker ball pitcher, was going to get a lot of ground balls, so the infielders are all, he's anticipating ball being put in play. Pfister doesn't get too many swings and misses. They make a lot of contact, but more often than not, it's kind of soft contact. Ryan Goins starting at shortstop tonight in place of the injured Troy Tulowitzki, his 13th start at short.
He was telling you and me today that he has one bat. He came from Buffalo again. He was on his way to Toronto with Dalton Pompey when he got the call to meet the team at the airport. He had 2 bats. He cracked one of them already, so he's got 1 left. Time to put in an order.
Yeah, it's amazing how ball players, they'll order bats by the dozens, and you generally get dozen, maybe a dozen and a half, and start spring training, and then when you start to run low, they'll put another bat order in for you. You know, that's something that I got from Louisville Slugger a few years ago, was my bat order for my entire career. Oh, it was disgusting.
How many different makes and models and sizes?
Sizes and weights and every kind of bat you could imagine. 2 down.
The checkered flag event is back, celebrating over 50 years of racing heritage in every Honda. Now is a great time to get into the all-new Civic.
Doug Pfister with 3 strikeouts. Now back to the top of the order. Devin Travis grounded out the third, his first time up.
You know what the next question is, partner, after that
all those
statement
bats
you made? Did it help?
No, none of them helped. I was confused. I had bat orders, you know, and you've done this. You see a guy get, well, we saw Troy Tulowitzki do it in Colorado when he nabbed one of Nolan Arenado's bats. But yeah, you see a guy gets hot for a while, you say, well, I need some of those bats.
Yeah, there must be a lot of hits in those bats. Not the guy swinging it, it's the bats, right?
It's the bats.
George Brett's gets 3 hits. You say, let me order some of those S2s.
Yeah, those Brett bats got hits in them. I had so many different lengths and weights of bats. I mean, one time when I was in Milwaukee, I was swinging a 38-ounce bat.
What?
35-38. Because Gorman Thomas was using it.
Well, let's put that in perspective. 34-32 is about normal.
A standard bat, yeah.
Average for everybody. Yours was
35-38.
38?
Yeah. I was big and strong then.
Who were you going to hit against with that?
I actually hit a home run off Steve McCaddy. We hit 3 home runs in the 9th inning off McCaddy in Oakland. He came up to me the next day and said, I'm going to quit. You hit a home run.
Because you homered? See.
But
it
bats,
works.
Everybody has their preference, that's for sure. A lot of different styles, different colors, different handles. That line drive to left field, and it's over. Tucker off the wall. Travis is headed for second. Preston Tucker took a very flat angle to that ball, and it carried and surprised him, went over his glove, hit at the base of the wall and left.
Did not take a very good angle at all on that ball. Probably took off on it. Ball's hit hard by Devin Travis. And for a left-handed throwing left fielder, that's right to his glove side. He should have caught that ball. Travis will take it. One more time, Pfister sinker. Travis catches it before it sinks. And you can see the left-handed throwing outfielder. He just missed it.
That's the first hard hit ball the Blue Jays have had against Doug Pfister, and it sailed right over the left fielder's glove. So Bautista's got a chance with 2 outs to drive in a run. Jose grounded out to the first baseman his first time up.
Looked like he was trying to go that way on that slow curveball from Doug Pfister. He might try and do that again here.
Well, that approach is a very good approach, but in this ballpark, those seats in left field are very inviting.
Very inviting. It's a lot like Boston and the Green Monster. You can see it right out of the corner of your eye when you're standing at that plate.
I was speaking with A.J. Hinch, the Astros manager, today, and I asked him how he liked the ballpark. He said, you know, it's very, very punitive down the lines for pitchers. Ball gets into those seats very, very easily. Pop-ups off left-handed hitters' bats end up in the Crawford seats in left field above the scoreboard. He said the whole goal for pitchers is to keep the hitters in the big part of this field. There are the Crawford boxes just above the scoreboard in left. Bautista hits it on the ground. Correa gathers himself and throws for first for the out. Kevin Travis with a 2-out double. Still no score.
Next Friday Fan Festival presented by Bacardi. It will go August the 12th when the Blue Jays host the Houston Astros. The patio opens at 4:30 and our pregame musical guest will be a DJ showdown featuring Jed Harper, DJ Deluxe, and your boy Brian. Remember, gates open at 4:30. You can get your tickets at BlueJays.com. We've had country music, we've had rock music, and now we have ourselves a DJ showdown, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Barry Davis, and we thank that group of Blue Jay fans for the kind words. That ball is muscled into center field, and Kevin Pillar, what a play! Pillar really got his glove twisted around and caught it with the palm up. Looked like he may have hurt his wrist or shoulder, but he appears to be okay. Takes a hit away from Tyler White.
He was actually playing wide to right center field, thinking that he was going to inside out a ball to right field, but then got a great jump on the ball. The ball looked like it might have knuckled on him just a little bit at the end, moved on him. He caught it in the palm and then turned his glove over. Watch him one more time. Concentration, catches it in the palm. Watch when he turns it over. Look at the wrist bend backwards, but he's able to keep the glove on and up so the ball stays in the pocket.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has made some terrific catches without regard for his well-being. That wrist really was bent in an awkward fashion. but he appears to be okay.
I have seen so many outfielders drop the ball like that. When they backhand it like that, they hit the ground, it pops out. Somehow he was able to keep that ball in the pocket and record the out.
Well, Kevin Kiermaier of the Rays broke his wrist coming in straight in from center field and extended and twisted his wrist back and broke it. He has just now returned from that injury that happened early in the season. This is the catcher, Jason Castro. He is called for the swing by Todd Tishner down at third base. And a strikeout for Stroman.
That's 4 of them right now. You see Kevin Pillar, he's got that wrist taped already just to give it a little bit of protection. Trying to work out that strain. Marcus's slider is pretty good tonight. You can see a lot of check swings. That time, Castro couldn't pick up the spin.
George Springer had a leadoff single. He's the only Astros player to reach base. Leadoff single and stole a base in the first, but he was stranded at second base. He went around. There's that slider you're talking about.
It's tight. It's got a tight spin to it and some late break to it. Marcus had 7 strikeouts in his last start against San Diego in 6 2/3 innings. That's the most strikeouts he had since May the 6th.
Two and one, 2 down. We're in the bottom of the third of a scoreless game.
He's made a few adjustments on the mound, and talking to him before that last start, he was telling me that the position of his head is so important. He felt like he was moving his head too much and the strike zone was all over the place. Now watch how still his head is when he starts his motion. Barely moves.
He loses Springer with a 2-out walk. That's the first walk issued by Springer. Marcus Stroman, opening day starter for the Blue Jays, and it's been kind of a roller coaster ride for him over the course of the first 4 months.
Undefeated in the month of April, but his ERA was 4.3. Good whip. He wasn't walking anybody. Had a bad May, had a worse June. But looking at his numbers in July, looks like he is on the upswing. His ERA was the lowest ERA in a month this season at 3.71, and for just the second time this year, he had fewer hits. He had given up fewer hits per innings pitched in the month of July.
32 hits in 34 innings of work in July. There's a strike. This is Alex Bregman, the young third baseman. He has just 1 hit so far in his career. He is 1 for 23. Right on the corner.
Right on the corner now. Remember last time when Springer was on first base, how he got a running start and stole the base? Let's see if Marcus pays attention to him here. Makes him stop. Hold the ball just a little bit longer if you have to.
Did a good job that time. Springer couldn't build up any momentum moving towards second as Stroman held the ball. Inside, he fouls it back. Houston utilizes the stolen base. They lead the American League with 79. 7 more than the Indians. Minnesota does a good job. Blue Jays, they don't run much at all. Of course, they've got power up and down the order.
Yeah, that's how they score their runs, with power and extra base hits.
Off-speed pitch, bounce to third. Barney goes across the diamond, and that'll do it. Marcus Stroman throws an awful lot of ground balls, but this time it's a fly ball and gets great defense from one of the best in the game, Kevin Pillar. Another terrific catch in center.
to send you on the ultimate fan trip. Tweet how you celebrate Canada's team along with the hashtag Celebrate Blue Jays contest and @BlueJays for a chance to watch the Jays in Seattle. Visit bluejays.com/fan trip for details. And boy, is that going to be a trip.
Barry, that might be one of the best trips on the schedule for the Blue Jay fans because the ballpark turns into a Blue Jays party. And there's so many fans that come down from central and western Canada to enjoy the Blue Jays visiting Seattle. It's a terrific atmosphere.
The ballpark or the city? The city is like a big Blue Jays party. We love going out there, don't we?
Yeah, it's a great time, and the Blue Jays really respond well to a great following. Edwin Encarnacion with a 3-0 count, leading off the fourth. Pfister delivers a strike. Edwin with 28 home runs, trying to reach that 30 home run plateau for the 5th straight season. Curveball in there for strike 2. Carlos Delgado is the franchise leader with 8 consecutive 30-plus home run seasons for the Blue Jays. Encarnacion is second with 4. Ground ball, base hit through the left side. A leadoff single for Double E.
How about that? He pulls the string on that slow curveball on a 3-1 pitch and then tries to slip a fastball by him, and Edwin was waiting for it. Doug Pfister, his walks per 9 innings over his last 3 seasons have gone up. When this guy first came up, everything was a strike and it was down and it was moving, but lately he's not throwing as hard as he once did. He still has that slow curveball and a good sinker, but his walks are up to 3 now per 9 innings.
Pfister started his big league career in Seattle. He is now 32 years old. He came to the Mariners in 2009 at the age of 25. Made 10 starts in his first season. So he was a late bloomer. He really had an impact with the Tigers when he went over there in 2011 midseason trade. He made 10 starts for the Tigers and had an 8-1 record and a 179 earned run average.
Couldn't believe that Seattle gave him up that quickly and traded him over to the Tigers. I've always liked this guy because he throws strikes. He's under control. He's got great mechanics, a very simple delivery. Throws a lot of strikes, gives you a lot of innings. 3 runs or less, like I said, in 16 of 20 starts this year.
Michael Saunders lays off that high pitch. Michael looped an opposite field single into left field his first time up. Blue Jays now have 3 hits. The Astros have just 1. Blue Jays trying to snap a 7-game losing streak to the Astros in this ballpark. High fly ball to center. Encarnacion's going back to tag at first. Rasmus makes the catch. Here's the throw to second. It is not in time. Good read by Encarnacion as he went right back immediately once he saw Rasmus was going to make the catch in deep center field.
Well, he understands the ballpark. It's 436 feet to dead center field. There's lots of room out there, and he recognized that that ball was going to stay in the ballpark and that it was going to be caught by Colby Rasmus. So if you can advance in these types of games, close ball games like that, and pick up an extra 90 feet, you stay out of the double play, and you are now in scoring position with just 1 out. Heads up base running. Blue Jay coaches, Buck, have always said that Edwin Encarnacion is one of their better base runners.
Yeah, he might not be the fastest, but he certainly is the most intelligent. He's always looking for an extra 90 feet. Russell Martin now with a runner in scoring position.
The Astros outfielders possess some very good arms. They've got high outfield assist numbers. So a base hit into the outfield is not a guaranteed run here for the Blue Jays.
George Springer in right has 10 outfield assists. Pfister falls behind Martin again, 3-0.
There's Springer in right field. He's got 10 outfield assists. Colby Rasmus has 11 outfield assists. Thought he had one right there on Edwin. Got in there before the tag.
Martin takes a strike. It's 3-1. No score, top of the fourth inning, 1 out. Popped up and playable. Springer, the right fielder, makes the catch. Martin's retired, and Encarnacion has to hold at second. Justin Smoak. He steps in against Pfister. He struck out on a breaking ball on the inside last time up. Pfister continues to fall behind these Blue Jay hitters. He's going to run into trouble.
Trying to throw that fastball up right there to Smoak. That's how he got him last time. A couple of fastballs up and then a slow curveball that struck him out. But you're right. He's not a strikeout type of pitcher to begin with. Can't just blow the fastball by you. You start falling behind like that and giving the batters something good to hit.
Smoak and Pfister were teammates in Seattle in the 2010 season. That's off the end of the bat pad. Rasmus got a good read. He makes the catch on the warning track in deep left center. And Smoak Barrett hit that toward the end of the bat. Go to the bottom of the fourth, still no score.
It's that time of the night to log on and earn yourself some points. Here is tonight's code, MBJ0345. You will earn points by entering that code simply for watching tonight's game. The entry box can be found on your My Blue Jays homepage. You have till 11:59 tonight to enter that code, and we will have a new one for you tomorrow. To the bottom of the fourth we go. Let's get you back to Buck and Pat.
Thank you very much, Barry Davis. That is Scott Feldman down in the Blue Jays bullpen. He was acquired today from the Astros. He just flipped clubhouses. And Pat, we got to talk with Scott before the game, and he was pumped up about the trade. He's got a lot of former teammates on the Blue Jays. He played with Darwin Barney in Chicago with the Cubs. Texas, there's quite a connection with the Texas Rangers. You can see he's getting on his bullpen mates on the other side of the field. But Joaquin Benoit, Jason Grilli, Justin Smoak, R.A. Dickey, they were all teammates with the Texas Rangers.
And nothing like changing teams in the middle of the season. Get yourself right into a nice little pennant race.
This is Jose Altuve. We mentioned Altuve, a terrific hitter. 145 hits, leading the American League in batting average.
Last 2 seasons, over 200 hits. He is the first Houston Astro to win a batting title.
Isn't that something? All the great hitters they've had.
Great hitters that they've had here over the years.
Stroman finds that inside corner. You mentioned that the Blue Jays will want to pitch him inside, and he gets another strikeout. Let's check in with Hazel May. Thank you very much, Hazel. Top of the 8th inning, a no-hitter going on down in St. Petersburg, Kansas City, and the Rays. The shortstop, Carlos Correa, grounded out to second base his first time up.
Blue Jays head to Kansas City after this road trip, so they'll see Danny Duffy when they get there. Hard breaking ball. Changeup seems to be working tonight for the lefty.
Kansas City, 6 games under 500. Boy, that ball disappeared. A lot of late movement on that fastball. Kansas City Royals, of course, the reigning World Series champions, are 12 games back in the AL Central. Pat, there have been a lot of teams that have improved their situations over these last couple of days before the trade deadline today. And the Cleveland Indians are one that have really made some terrific moves.
Yeah, the Cleveland Indians, they picked up Andrew Miller. And the Texas Rangers went out. They are all in. Good pitch.
Marcus Stroman is dialed in tonight. Houston has 1 hit. That was to the first batter in the bottom of the first inning, and since then he has mowed him down.
3 straight sinkers. A little two-seamer comes back, and look at the frame job from Russell Martin to pick up the strikeout. Sets a great target, and Marcus Stroman hits it. It's all about timing in his delivery. Marcus was saying, get the ball out of my glove a little bit quicker. Now to get my arm up, and then I can throw that two-seam sinker, and I can throw that slider. He was just late getting the ball out of his hand, and his body was going forward before his arm was up, and everything was just mediocre in the month of June.
Javier Erasmus strikes out. Stroman strikes out the side. 3 strikeouts in the 4th. Now time for Blue Jay Central update. Here's Hazel May and Greg Zahn in the Samsung
Net app today for an unrivaled news analysis and video highlights of Canada's team. Plus, never miss a single pitch with our in-depth live game tracker, available on iOS and Android devices. Buck, another night full of Blue Jay fans here on the road to see their team.
Boy, it sure is, and there are always Blue Jay fans to watch the ball club, and right now it's one of the best teams in baseball, and why not? Everybody's following the Blue Jays. Kevin Pillar, the center fielder, he popped out in foul territory to the catcher his first time. Made another great diving catch in center tonight. Yeah.
He had it on his mind that he was going to swing on that ball that he popped out. It was a running fastball right in on his hand. He just couldn't take it. Got jammed just a little bit. You got to see the ball off of Fister before you start to stride.
Well, he doesn't throw 97, 98, so you don't have to worry about getting the bat started early. And you try to wait as long as possible to determine breaking ball, location, fastball, what pitch it is, whether or not you're going to swing. Chopped off home plate. Fister from behind the mound makes a nice play, one down.
The all-new Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
Houston, Texas, a place where the Blue Jays have had lots of problems in the past. They're in a scoreless tie as they bat in the top of the fifth. Line drive into center up the bat of Darwin Barney.
There you go. That's what you want to do. I was talking to some of the Houston Astro personnel today, and I was asking them about Doug Fister. I said, what's the difference between Fister this year? And they said fastballs on both sides of the plate. He's able to throw that sinking fastball in to righties, and he can go to the outside corner to the righties also. We're seeing that tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, he's done a good job of using all the quadrants of the strike zone. Number 9 hitter is Ryan Goins. Fister is a perfect guy to play hit and run against. He doesn't get a lot of swings and misses. He gets a lot of ground balls, and you've got a good combination here. You want to start to runner at first, create some movement on the infield. Maybe you can find a hole for Ryan Goins.
John Gibbons likes to hit and run when he is ahead in the counts. Right now, 0-1. Tough to do it now.
Tough to do it now at 0-2.
He's also a perfect guy to hit and run against because he throws a lot of ground balls. And you count on that. I think if you're a manager and you're going to use the hit and run, that you get the ball on the ground. Maybe somebody's covering second base and you could shoot one through there.
Boy, Goins squared to bunt. I like that, even though he has 2 strikes. Because Bregman, the third baseman, had moved to the shortstop position. Goins said, you know what? I got 2 strikes. It's worth a shot.
He was basically giving it to him. All you had to do was get it by Fister, and now they're going to change up their defense just a little bit. They are playing him to pull.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Goins strikes out. Barney couldn't locate the ball and took a few extra steps off the bag, but couldn't advance.
Jason Castro couldn't come up with the ball, nor could he come up with Barney at first base. He blocks it. And then by the time he picks the ball up and looks over at first base, Darwin is sliding back. 2 outs now.
Back to the top of the order, Devin Travis in a line drive double over the left fielder's head back in the 3rd inning. Devin, coming into this game over his last 10 games, has hit .368. Really starting to swing it. 14 for 38 before tonight's game.
Not a lot of cheap hits also from Travis. He hits the ball hard. And he hits the ball all over the ballpark.
Slow curveball in there. Doug Fister has had problems third time through the order. 258 first time, 181, and then they hit over 300 against him.
His ERA from the 5th inning on is really high. It's up over 6. Very good innings 1 through 4. About 2.5, and then by the 5th inning, and that matches up with the third time through right there. The ERA climbs to 6.3.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's 6.3. His bonus batting average through the first 4 innings, 220, and it jumps to 289 from the 5th inning on. And we mentioned his wife is in the hospital expecting the birth of their first child, and there was some doubt as to whether or not he was going to start this game tonight.
Yeah, we weren't even sure when we got to the ballpark today at 3 o'clock if he was going to be on the mound or a former Blue Jay draft pick, Joe Musgrove, who was called up today, and he's out in the bullpen, if he was going to make the start. But Fister's here. Looks pretty good.
Two and two. Barney at first, and slow breaking ball, and Travis waves at it and strikes out. 5 strikeouts for Doug Fister. Middle of the 4th, still no score.
One Live streaming sports service delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. And guys, if you have that app, you can see that no-hitter by Danny Duffy is still going through 7 innings. He's got 14 strikeouts against the Tampa Bay Rays.
Terrific outing, and we'll keep our eye on that ball game down in St. Petersburg. Evan Gattis, the DH tonight. Takes his strike. Gattis was a strikeout victim in the 2nd. Boy, Stroman is locked in. He has made quality pitches all evening long.
He's on time with his delivery. Consequently, he's painting that outside corner against those right-handers. You just can't get us to fish for that one. Made a couple of changes to his delivery. He's a lot more calmer now, a lot less movement. Wow. Unhittable.
That is a great breaking ball. 4 strikeouts in a row for Stroman.
This Marcus Stroman start is brought to you by BioSteel Sports Nutrition, the natural choice for everyday performance. Drink the pink.
Always a lot of barbecue down in Texas, and that's the case here at the ballpark. We were walking in noticing that they featured Nolan Ryan beef. Ryan is a cattle rancher, of course. He's got a cattle ranch, and he provides the beef here at Minute Maid Park. Texas beef from Nolan Ryan.
If you eat it, do you throw hard if you're a pitcher?
You don't throw that hard. Not as hard as Nolan Ryan. This is Preston Tucker, the left fielder. He popped out to the third baseman, Darwin Barney, to end the second. You know, you bring up a point about Stroman and how everything has kind of come together for him, but it's been a long process. He's made changes in his windup. He's made changes in his delivery. That ball is hit in the air to right. Bautista took a step back. Now he comes in and makes the catch today.
Well, you know things are working when he's got the command. And all you have to do is look back in July to see how many walks Marcus had in the whole month. He had 4 walks and 5 starts. That tells me that he is throwing the pitches where he needs to get outs. Remember in June, everything was all over the place. He just couldn't find that release point. The ball was flying up and away to lefties or down and away, just couldn't hit the glove. Well, he made those adjustments, and he's just on time. He's on time with his delivery. His arm is up, and he's throwing the ball where he needs to.
In 5 June starts, Marcus Stroman gave up 40 hits in 26 2/3 innings. The opponents hit .364 against him. And his ERA as a result of that was .776 for the 5 starts in June.
So instead of being frustrated, he went back to work. He and Pete Walker, you would see him down in that bullpen. They'd be talking about things. They'd be saying, well, what do you think is the next best thing? He says, you know, I got to simplify things, and I got to eliminate one movement with my arms. I keep my hands close to my body now, and that helps me stay on time. Remember, he used to bring his hands up, and all of a sudden he start leaking towards home plate. Well, what do you have to do? You got to take a shortcut to get that arm up, and what happens? You start pushing the ball. He's not pushing the ball tonight.
Well, you can see how intense Aaron Sanchez was on the dugout bench watching his pal Marcus Stroman, and they really keep an eye on each other for how they're throwing, what they're doing in their side sessions. They talk an awful lot about it. Of course, they're very close friends. And sometimes you need some other eyes to watch what you're doing, and they'll help you interpret some mechanical issues you might have developed. Tyler White was robbed of a base hit by Kevin Pillar in the third. You know, sinking line drive in the center that Pillar dove for, and made a very acrobatic catch.
Playing in the right field, that's where his swing dictates he's going to hit the ball.
Stroman knocks it down, fires wide of first base, and White's going to go to second. Stroman went after it, hit off his glove, and he hustled to get to it, but then made an errant throw at first, and White ends up at second base.
Simple case of trying to do too much where it didn't need to happen. He's an outstanding fielder, misses this one, and he's going to pick up his first error of the season as that throw gets away. Even if it's an accurate throw, he wasn't going to get him over at first base.
Now, sometimes you just got to put it in your back pocket.
Right.
Concede the infield hit. Leave the runner at first, especially in a scoreless game. So Russell Martin out with an opportunity to help Marcus catch his breath a bit. I bet his heart's pounding a bit after that very fast play that he made.
And it's just the second time that the Astros have gotten a runner to second base, so I want to reassure him what sign they're going to be using now with the runner out there.
Jason Castro breaks his bat on the first pitch. The Astros have only 2 base runners reach George Springer's been on base twice with a single and a walk, and Tyler White is the second base runner to reach base against Stroman.
This is where he's got to shut him down right here. He's had trouble this year. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. Batters have been hitting .346 against Marcus. He's been throwing that slider down and into the lefties, and he's had success tonight.
We have stats for just about everything you could imagine. And we have a leaderboard that Stats Inc. puts out every single day. And they have a category, highest batter retired percentage with runners in scoring position. Marcus Stroman's in the bottom 10 in that. He has retired 59% of the runners, of the batters with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, if that's one spot that he can improve on, that's it right there. Runners in scoring position, and runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Batting average against him with runners in scoring position, .327. It jumps to .346 with 2 outs. He's got to concentrate just a little bit more, make a better pitch.
Well, oftentimes it gets back to trying easier in these pressurized situations. 2-2, 2 outs. Castro fouls it up. To give you an idea of where Stroman is in that category, highest batters retired percentage with runners in scoring position, the American League average is 66.5%. Stroman has retired just 59.2% of the batters with runners in scoring position.
Well, he's got to retire this guy. He's hitting 9th for a reason. Came into this ball game at .210. And the guy behind him, the guy on deck, Springer, much better hitter. So you got to retire this guy.
Springer has a single and a walk so far tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No score, bottom of the 5th. We're going to give you the flip side of the Blue Jays starting staff in that category of highest percentage batters retired. Marco Estrada is 2nd in the majors. Jay Happ is 4th, and Aaron Sanchez is 5th.
There you go. You get yourself into trouble, you better find your way out of it.
Quite a battle going on here between Stroman and Castro.
Struck him out his first time up on a slider down and in. He's been trying to go back there, but the ball has stayed up. He hasn't made Castro reach for a ball this at bat. And by that I mean something down underneath his bat or down and away, where he's got to reach for it, use his legs to go get it.
Castro has fouled back 5 pitches. Astro fans trying to rally Jason Castro. There's no score in this ballgame. There's the pitch. He threw it out of the zone. Castro chased the ball in the dirt. 9 strikeouts for Stroman. It's a scoreless ball game. Jose Bautista will lead things off in the 6th, and Edwin Encarnacion and Michael Saunders
Highlights, insights, and a comprehensive recap of the night in sports. It's Sportsnet Central, weeknights at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. And guys, with all the news around the trades today, we should be letting the folks know that Ross Atkins also made it very clear that Aaron Sanchez will indeed be moving to the bullpen. Exactly when, we don't know. He'll be making a start on Friday. But with Francisco Liriano now part of the rotation, and he pitched yesterday, this could be his final start of the year, and there's so much debate back and forth on whether or not this is the right move. But the Blue Jays have done their research, and they made this decision way back in spring training, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, Barry, and there's been so much discussion about whether or not it's a good move, whether or not it's the right move. And Pat, there's just no information that can give you rock solid determination as to whether or not it's going to protect him. Bautista stepped out of the batter's box and asked for timeout, and Ryan Blakely, the home plate umpire, did not grant it. So he takes a strike.
Yeah, he's going to have to work now. 0-2. But I'm with you on that information. I think whatever they end up doing, they're going to do for what's best for Aaron Sanchez. They're going to do what's best for the ball club. And all we can do is just cheer. You know, they have a good team. That's the bottom line in all of this.
And the one thing I think, and nobody has told us one way or another, but I think the one thing you really have to guard against is the urge to bring him back into the rotation. You get toward the postseason and say, well, you know, it'd be nice to have him starting. I don't think you can do that. I think that's when you really run the risk of injury. And that has been the case over the years, especially with younger pitchers that have gone back and forth from starting to the bullpen. And it just messes up their routine so much. Bautista takes a curveball for ball 4. So man aboard, nobody out. Let's check in with Hazel. A terrific outing, and Desmond Jennings was just removed from the disabled list today. Comes back and breaks up the no-hitter. Kansas City with a 3-0 lead, top of the 9th against Tampa Bay. Edwin Encarnacion, 1-for-2. Had a base hit through the left side of the infield his last time up. Blue Jays have just 2 hits. Devin Travis with a double in the 3rd, and Encarnacion with the leadoff single in the 4th.
They've had their share of base runners every inning. Just haven't been able to move them around.
Boy, Fister does a great job of throwing that slow curveball.
2-0 slow curveball. Really messed up Edwin. He was sitting on a fastball, got the off-speed pitch.
Fister's in his 8th big league season. He's thrown over 1,200 innings in the majors, so he's got a lot of experience. He's got the confidence to throw that breaking ball. That pitch might have been off the plate, and Encarnacion reacted. You can see him talking to the home plate umpire about that pitch being off the plate outside.
I think his argument is, hey, the first pitch of this at bat was in the same spot and you called it a ball. And then you came back and called it a strike that time.
Yeah, that's when hitters will really get frustrated with a strike zone, when they'll have an at-bat where one pitch is a ball and the same pitch is a strike in the same at-bat.
In the same at-bat. And just kind of mention that to him.
Another strikeout for Fister. He has 6 strikeouts.
Swing for the fences and save during the DIY Expert Sale. Only at Home Building Center and Home Hardware Building Center.
Yesterday at Rogers Center, the starters were Aaron Sanchez and Chris Tillman, and they were hooked up in a pretty good pitcher's duel. Starters were out of the game when it was 2-2. We have a scoreless game here in the top of the 6th. Michael Saunders 1 for 2.
Michael should know all about Doug Fister. He too was a teammate of his back in Seattle. A little bit different version of Doug Fister right now. The fastball command is better. He's taken a lot off of his breaking ball, throwing it at different speeds tonight.
When they were teammates in Seattle in 2011, Doug Fister was 3-12. But he had a pretty good ERA at 3.33. Made 21 starts that season. There's another slow curveball. Boy, he's really bringing that into the mix. And we showed you earlier in the game how Fister has struggled third time through the batting order, but so far, third time through, he's used that curveball more effectively.
Doing a good job of upsetting the timing of a lot of these Blue Jay hitters. And that's all what pitching is. I mean, we see it every 5th day with Marco Estrada. The way he is able to use the changeup, his curveball, his fastball. Doug Fister is doing the same thing tonight. Hitting is all about timing. And if you can upset that timing with a well-placed pitch or an off-speed pitch, you're going to have success.
And there's the man that is the epitome of pitching, Marco Estrada. A slider, and Saunders strikes out. 2 strikeouts after the leadoff walk issued by Fister.
Blue Jays had the leadoff batter on in the 2nd inning, couldn't do anything with that. Leadoff batter on in the 4th inning, couldn't do anything with that. Last inning, they got the 2nd man on base, couldn't do anything with it. Now they have a leadoff walk, and he's still over at first base.
Russell Martin has flied out twice to right field. Oh, 2. Fister wanted that curveball. He's thrown it very well last couple of innings, and he wanted to finish off Martin with that slow curveball.
Jason Castro, the catcher, does a good job. Get down and just catch any part of your body. See how his shoulders tilt down towards the ground? That allows when that ball hits off of his chest protector, it's going to drop right in front of him. Not a fundamentally sound baseball tonight from both of these teams. These are the 2 best fielding teams in the American League, statistically. Houston has a fielding percentage of .988, tied by the Blue Jays. They've only committed 46 errors. Blue Jays have committed 48 this year.
Two balls and 2 strikes to the Blue Jays catcher. Fister strikes out the side. He walked Bautista on a 3-2 breaking ball and then strikes out Encarnacion, Saunders, and Martin. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Stroman has struck out a career-high tying 9 strikeouts. And Pat, he's had everything working so far in these 5 innings.
His breaking ball has been very tight and late breaking. Houston Astros have not been able to pick it up. He's been putting the ball on the corners. He's been putting it where he needs to. That 9 strikeout game came on his birthday this year on May the 1st at Tampa Bay, and he's equaled that already through 5 innings. His slider's been great. His fastball command has been great. He's only walked 1 batter. He's given up 2 hits, and he's done it in 77 pitches. Marcus is now going to be working through the lineup for the 3rd time as he starts the 6th inning.
In that previous 9 strikeout game, that was an 8-inning effort from Stroman. He allowed just 1 run on 3 hits through 103 pitches, but he has been much more effective so far tonight against the Astros. He hasn't been able to figure out George Springer. Springer singled to start the bottom of the 1st, stole second base, and then walked in the 3rd inning.
Got to be careful with this guy because he can hit a home run as easily as he can steal a base. Lots of power, lots of speed.
Boy, Martin's doing a great job of mixing in all the pitches tonight and working to both sides of the plate, and Marcus has hit his glove.
He believes in that, Russell. You know, if you got a change up, you better use it. If you got a curveball, you better use it. He does such a great job of working these young pitchers through these types of games.
Springer takes a high strike. Full count now. Breaking ball. He actually jammed Springer with it as he got underneath it. Hit it down near the label of the bat.
Long swing. He might have been looking for a fastball. Marcus threw him a breaking ball at 88 miles an hour and tied him up. Astros do a good job of walking. They are 2nd in the American League in walks, in 1st in stolen bases.
Obviously very important categories in a scoreless game. Especially to the leadoff man. You got to get this out. Stroman, another strikeout. That's 10 now, and that gives him a new career high in strikeouts with just 1 out in the 6th.
You know what? He was just not going to give in to him and just threw him a fastball. He was going to back up that slider on the inside part of the plate right here. They actually wanted that ball away, but it catches enough of the plate. 10 punch outs. There you go. New career high for Marcus.
Alex Bregman, the 3rd baseman, 0 for 2. Fly ball, not that deep. Easy play for Pilar as he can stay on his feet to make that catch. Haven't been many balls hit to the outfield.
That is just the 3rd one tonight that has left the infield. Lots of strikeouts, lots of ground balls for Marcus Stroman tonight.
Here's a dangerous hitter. Jose Altuve. He has been called out on strikes twice tonight. They have crossed up Altuve all night long. Stroman has terrific life on his fastball tonight.
Yeah, the ball is really sinking. And then when he decides to spin it, it's late. It's a late breaker.
Tony Sipp is the left-hander loosening up for the Astros. Pat Neshek has just thrown. He has just taken a break, but they have double barrel action in the pen for the Astros. Maybe Pfister got a phone call from the hospital. There's a fly ball to left field, and this is going to be the first run of the ball game. Jose Altuve with his 19th home run of the season. He got a hanging breaking ball and hit it into the Crawford boxes.
They had pitched him inside tonight, and they've struck him out twice tonight. And if you're going to hit a home run in this ballpark as a right-hander, that's where you want to do it. Those are called the Crawford boxes, and it's very shallow in left field. When it left the bat, I thought it was just going to be a fly ball, but it got out of here easily. Home run number 19. It's a slider. Looked like he caught it towards the end of the bat, but got enough of it and pulled it enough to get into those seats for the game's first run.
Yeah, it didn't have a real distinctive crack of the bat. You're right, it might have been toward the end of the bat. 19th home run of the season is the first run of the ball game. Ground ball, Travis at second, throws out Correa. But Marcus Stroman again bit by the long ball. Last time out, it was a home run to the Padres, and here Jose Altuve connects with 2 outs. First run of the ball game, a long home run to the left, 1-0 Houston.
Fans, spend your Tuesday nights with the greatest superstars in sports entertainment. WWE SmackDown. Tuesday nights on Sportsnet 360 and Sportsnet Now. To the 7th inning we go. Here's Buck Martinez and Pat Tabler.
Thank you very much, Barry Davis, as we have made it to the 7th inning. Doug Pfister is out of the ball game. He's in line for the win. It's a 1-0 Astros lead. The left-hander, Tony Sipp, coming out of the bullpen. He is the only left-hander in the Astros bullpen.
The only lefty. They're going to bring him in here in the 7th inning. Jake Marisnick is going to take over in left field. Sipp was an Indians 45th round draft pick back in 2004. He's been around a while. He's got a good slider.
Justin Smoke takes it inside. Blue Jays no runs on 4 hits. The Astros 1 run on 3 hits. The Altuve 2-out home run in the bottom of the 6th, the only run of the game. Jose Altuve having an MVP caliber season, no question about that. Sipp Balls behind Smoke, 3-0. The Blue Jays have stranded a base runner in each inning but the first. Had a leadoff walk in the 6th inning as Bautista drew the leadoff walk, and then Pfister struck out the side. Encarnacion, Saunders, and Martin in order. Fouled out of play. It's now a full count. Fly ball down the right field line. Long run for Springer. He gets there, makes a catch, goes over the fence and hangs on to the baseball. Fine defensive play by the right fielder, George Springer. He ran into that wall in foul territory, came over the wall, and when he came up, he had the ball in his glove.
There's that athleticism again on display. Falls into the stands, and right away he's going to show the umpire that he held on to that ball. He came a long way for that thing. Shows off his athleticism. Shows him the ball. Tony Sipp says, don't hit the wall but catch it. Yes, thank you. So they just wanted Sipp to face one batter, turn Justin Smoke around. Here comes Pat Neshek.
Pat Neshek is into the ball game. Sipp got his man, Justin Smoke. Now it'll be Neshek to face Kevin Pillar with 1 out in the top half of the 7th. A 1-0 ball game. Into the game to face Kevin Pillar with 1 out. Top of the 7th.
Lots of options. You can see the right-handers hitting just 118 against Neshek this year. He's retired 17 of 21st batters. A lot of options for the manager, A.J. Hinch, to go to as this game gets towards the later innings. Pat Neshek is tough on righties. You can see why. Look at that delivery.
Ground ball, backhanded it short by Correa. Wide throw, but Tyler White comes off the bag and puts the tag on Pillar, who stumbled to the ground. Pillar said that White never tagged him, and then he snuck back on the base, and Pillar said he never tagged me. So that's why he came back to the first base bag.
Yeah, and the umpire, the first base umpire, after he called him out, that's Tony Randazzo, turned his back as Pillar tried to go back, and they tried to tag him. For some reason, Tyler White tried to re-tag him before he got to the bag. John Gibbons is calling back to see if the tag was actually applied one more time. This was a strong throw from Correa, but it's off target just a little bit. White catches, goes to tag, and there's a stumble down at first base. And you can see he's walking over to Pilar. Pilar never got to the bag, never touched it, but then he went back. There's the umpire saying, yeah, I got the tag.
Watch the glove, and he looked like he tagged him as Pilar was trying to avoid the tag. Darwin Barney, 1 for 2 so far in this game. Neshek has a very unorthodox delivery, and it looks like he's going to throw you a submarine pitch when he starts, but his arm actually comes up to nearly a 3/4 delivery.
He's been very effective. Tough on righties. Sinker slider. That's what you're going to get from a former All-Star. That 118 average for Neshek versus righties, 4th best in the majors against righties. He's only given up 9 hits all season to right-handed batters.
Popped in the air on the infield. Tyler White, the first baseman, gives way to Altuve, who makes the catch, and the bullpen retires the side in order. Zip got smoke, and then Neshek gets Pilar and Barney. Marcus Stroman trails 1-0.
One rated travel rewards card in Canada, the WestJet RBC World Elite MasterCard. Visit rbc.com/WestJet to apply today. Those aren't clouds inside Minute Maid Park, guys. That is the remnants of the fireworks that went off after the Altuve home run.
There's no place for those fireworks to go. They shut off the fireworks, and the smoke still lingering high above the field.
Looks like Ghostbusters, doesn't it? The movie that's out.
Kobe Rasmus, the center fielder, takes the first pitch straight. Stroman allowed a 2-out home run to Jose Altuve in the 6th. That's the only run of the ball game. Marcus has now given up a home run in 4 of his last 5 starts.
Big home runs too. Threw a curveball to Dickerson, we showed you in the opening, was the only mistake he made in his last start. The only mistake he's made so far was that 2-strike slider to Altuve.
It really wasn't a bad pitch. No. It was down, but it may have been a little bit too much on the inner half of the plate.
I contend that he didn't get all of it either. Just hit it in the right spot. That's Bo Schultz, just back up from the minor leagues.
Bo Schultz was recalled from Buffalo. And generally, when you're optioned out, you have to spend 10 days in the minor leagues before you can be recalled to the big leagues. But because of the injury to Ezekiel Carrera, opened up the opportunity to bring Bo Schultz back.
That slider has been good to the lefties today, hasn't it? Getting it right underneath those swings of Rasmus.
Cabrera has been dealing with a Achilles issue. Rasmus strikes out. There's the throw to first. 11 strikeouts for Stroman. Let's check in with Hazel May. Max Kepler has done a very good job this season. The 3 home runs gives him 14 for the season. And he has really blossomed into a very interesting player. Coming into this game tonight with 224 plate appearances. It's pretty impressive what he's done. He's a good looking player.
We didn't see him, did we, when we played Minnesota?
No,
he was in the minor leagues.
Time. Yep.
Neither was Byron Buxton, another young outfielder. But we will see him later this month when they come to Rogers Center.
Evan Gattis has struck out twice against Stroman. We mentioned the Blue Jays went 5-4 on their recent 9-game homestand, and they really haven't been swinging the bats well. Of course, tonight they got 2 of their big bats on the bench, Troy Tulowitzki and Josh Donaldson. And in case you're just joining us, Josh Donaldson, there's nothing really wrong with him. Yeah, he's sore and beaten up, but John Gibbons wants to keep Donaldson as fresh as possible. And he was the DH in yesterday's game until Troy Tulowitzki had to leave the game after getting hit by that pitch.
Had that problem the other day where he came out of the ball game, said with a hamstring, but it's not that bad. But he's just beat up, and that's the right thing to do before a guy gets tired. Get him out of there.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Jake Marisnick batting for the first time tonight. He came into the game defensively, taking over in left field for Preston Tucker, the starter in left. Marcus Stroman with 2 strikeouts here in the 7th. Has recorded 12 in this game. That's a new career high for Marcus.
If he throws another slider like he did for strike 2, he's going to have another strikeout. That thing has looked like a fastball all night to these Houston Astro hitters, and then has just cut out of the strike zone right when it got towards home plate. Trying to be a little bit too perfect on those breaking balls.
Popped over the screen out of play. They're going upstairs to get that fastball. Of course, Marisnick, a former Blue Jays farmer, was traded down to Florida and has ended up here with the Astros. Stroman with 12 strikeouts has tied Aaron Sanchez for the team high in strikeouts this season. Now he has set a new team high. Stroman strikes out the side in the 7th. 13 strikeouts in the ball game. He's been terrific, but right now the Blue Jays trail 1-0. Jays got to get Stroman some runs.
Presented by Honda.
To play on field at a Blue Jays fan camp in September. Visit participating Boston Pizza locations and enter when purchasing any Budweiser and burger combo. Go to BlueJays.com/BudBP contest for all the details and rules. Well, Marcus Stroman has been fantastic, guys. I think all the Blue Jays need, and all he needs is a little bit of run support.
Well, you can see he's getting a handshake from the manager. That means he is out of the ball game, so the Blue Jays really need to score some runs here. What a terrific effort from Marcus Stroman tonight. A 13 strikeout performance, but he finds himself on the wrong side of a 1-0 game.
They got to get some runs, and they're going to have to do it against a new pitcher. This is Ken Giles, a team-leading 47th game of the season for the hard-throwing right-hander. Check out all the strikeouts, 13 per 9 innings. He was brought over here from Philadelphia to fill a void as the closer. Didn't win it in spring training, got off to an awful start, but he's starting to round into form now. Pitching much better lately.
Came to the Astros in that December of 2015 trade prior to last season.
Came from Philadelphia, and they gave up a lot. They gave up a lot to get this guy, thinking that he was going to be their closer.
They gave up a young man named Vince Velasquez, who was in the starting rotation for the Phillies, and a highly regarded Mark Appel, former first-round pick of the Astros.
5 players.
Giles strikes out Goins, 1 down in the 8th.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Presented by Honda. The checkered flag event is back, celebrating over 50 years of racing heritage in every Honda.
Beautiful shot of downtown Houston. We are at Minute Maid Park, and the Blue Jays trying to snap a 7-game losing streak here at this ballpark. And right now they trail 1-0. Devin Travis hitting leadoff tonight in the absence of Josh Donaldson. Bautista has been dropped into the 2 spot, where Donaldson hits.
Problems that Ken Giles had at the beginning of the season. He couldn't get his breaking ball or his fastball through him, throwing a lot of pitches. I think he was just trying to justify the trade, overthrowing just a little bit. He has settled down. That breaking ball is sharp. He's throwing it for strikes now. And he's got a big arm. You can see that fastball at 98 miles an hour. Why they gave up those 5 prospects for him.
And a hard slider as
Sharp.
Travis swings and misses. Giles had 15 saves for the Phillies in 2015.
That's 99 miles an hour right on your hands. You got to gear up for that fastball. But then he can drop that breaking ball on you. 32 games since the first week of May, 28 have been scoreless. So his April was just terrible. Lost his closer's job. Been fighting back ever since.
Well, it's a new player coming into a situation. He made a great point about him trying to live up to the trade. Maybe tried a little too hard early on. Came out of his delivery. Plus the fact he's working with a new catcher. Second organization. He spent his previous professional career with Philadelphia. A lot of adjustments.
I'll throw another one at you too, because I've seen this in the past before. Closing games for a team that's not expected to win is a little bit easier than closing games for teams that are supposed to get to the playoffs. So you got that little bit of pressure that you got to deal with.
Base hit up the middle for Devin Travis. His second hit of the game. Doug Fister, the starter for Houston, in line for the win. He is the pitcher of record in this 1-0 game. He threw 98 pitches, and he was in control. Well, the Blue Jays with just 4 hits, no runs, had a walk and 8 strikeouts. And as we mentioned earlier in this game, Doug Fister's wife is in the hospital, expecting their first child literally any moment. So we don't know whether or not he got a phone call or they just figured, oh, 6 innings, pretty good stuff.
8 strikeouts, which is a season high for Fister. He had it working.
Bautista swings at that first pitch breaking ball. Castro will throw behind the base runners. He loves to throw, and you better be careful when you take that secondary lead.
Just plant yourself right there and let these guys who can knock it out of the ballpark try to do their thing. No sense in getting too big of a lead over there. The last thing you want to do is get picked off.
Bautista sitting on 299 career home runs. I think Marcus Stroman would say this would be a good time for number 300.
Yeah. I think everybody on that bench would say the same thing. 300 home runs would break a tie with Adrian Gonzalez and put him 10th on the list of active players in home runs.
Ball in the dirt, gets away from Castro, and Travis moves up on the wild pitch. Boy, Devin got a good break. As soon as that ball hit in the dirt, he was off and running towards second.
3 straight breaking balls to Jose Bautista. This one in the dirt. And it's just outside the dirt area. If you're a base runner and you're paying attention, you see that ball, the flight of the ball is going to bounce in front of home plate. You can think aggressive. Put yourself into scoring position.
Foul back. Blue Jays bullpen is working. That's Joaquin Benoit on the right. Bo Schultz is on the left. They have both been throwing and already. Marcus Stroman has already been given the handshake by John Gibbons, the manager, so he is done. Stroman, a run on 3 hits and a career high 13 strikeouts. Bautista strikes out. Nasty breaking ball from Giles.
That is another multi-strikeout inning for Ken Giles. Can't just sit on that fastball when you've got that hard breaking ball.
So here's the matchup. Power hitter against power pitcher. Edwin Encarnacion with 28 home runs. He's 1 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Breaking ball low for a ball.
Even though Encarnacion represents the go-ahead run, I'd be surprised with first base open if they give him anything to hit.
Yeah. There's no reason to really challenge him in this situation in a one-run game, even though Saunders, a left-handed bat, is on deck. Fastball off the plate.
And if he does get a fastball, I think they're going to pitch away from his power, try and stay away from him with that fastball. That's when you're hoping for a mistake, something out over the plate that he can drive into the outfield.
Edwin Just kind of waved at that pitch. I think more than anything, he was hoping it'd be a strike.
Yeah. I think he was thinking fastball. It looked like a fastball out of his hand. He went to swing at it and started spinning underneath his bat. He did the right thing. Instead of trying to check your swing and hurting yourself, he just gave it a half swing.
Altuve was standing at the bag when Giles spun around and didn't make a throw. He's going to come in and talk about him. And looks like Altuve said, hey, don't worry about Travis. Focus on Encarnacion.
Yeah, I'm just back there because I'm in the shift position. Get that hitter.
That ball gets away, and Travis is going to go to third. Second wild pitch of the inning thrown by Ken Giles.
You know, when you're that runner out there at second base, you can see the flight of the ball. And if you read breaking ball and you can see it in the dirt, just take off. Bounces away. Again, a ball that just barely is away from home plate. He's able to advance. That's heads up base running.
3 balls and a strike. They walked him. They didn't want anything to do with Encarnacion. So that'll bring Michael Saunders to the plate. Saunders had an opposite field base hit in the second. He's 1 for 3. None of the Blue Jays have an awful lot of at-bats against Giles. This will be the first time that Saunders has faced Giles.
He's been sitting over there watching that fastball.
High strike.
98.
This is just the 4th time Giles has pitched against the Blue Jays.
We used to see him in spring training, didn't we? A lot.
Yeah.
Blue
pitching
Jays
for the Phillies.
Phillies. Seems like we played him every other day.
Fastball upstairs. 2-1 to Saunders. Tying run is at third base. The go-ahead run's at first base. It's a 1-0 Astros lead.
There's the defense right there. There's a hole on the left side of the infield. Third baseman Alex Bregman is holding. Devin Travis on at third base. Michael Saunders hit his first time up, went to left field.
Late on that high fastball at 98. Everything is up in this at bat. Now you would expect to get that slider. He has worked him upstairs with the fastball.
I don't believe he's thrown him one yet. Saunders has seen all fastballs from Ken Giles. Now, if you're the base runners, you might try and overthrow that breaking ball, so anticipate something in the dirt.
He threw him the slider and left it out over the plate. Got away with it. We mentioned this is the 4th game for Giles against the Blue Jays. His previous 3 outings all as a Philly, including a pair of saves that came last season. Saunders is caught looking. Another breaking ball from Ken Giles. He protects his 1-0 lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Hazel May and Greg Zahn from the Samsung broadcast studio. Now time for the drive of the game, brought to you by the all-new Civic, the 2016 North American Car of the Year.
There's just been one run that crossed home plate tonight, and it's going to be our drive of the game. Jose Altuve with his 2-strike breaking ball, home run number 19 in the second row of the Crawford box seats. Jose Altuve crosses the plate tonight with our drive of the game. Tell you what, he didn't look like he hit that ball squarely, but he got it deep enough to left field, and that's the only run that we have seen tonight. Bo Schultz will come in now for the 10th time for the Blue Jays. There are his numbers: 327 earned run average in 11 innings. He has handled righties this year at 217, and he'll get a couple of them here. Schultz just came right back from the minor leagues after Ezekiel Carrera had to go on the disabled list this afternoon.
This is the first baseman, Tyler White, and infield hit his last time up. Houston has just 3 hits, but they have the lead. Way late on that pitch, and it was ripped into the second neck foul.
Bo's got a good fastball. We have seen Schultz hit triple digits already this year when the team was in Chicago. They sent him down to the minor leagues. They said they wanted to teach him the splitter. And Pete Walker thinks that Bo Schultz can throw a good splitter. He's got big hands. It would be a great compliment to that fastball.
Underneath that breaking ball there. The trouble he has had has been with the breaking ball.
With the slider. You're absolutely right. Gave up a long home run to Dickerson from San Diego on that slider, and that's why they wanted to use that splitter.
Marcus Stroman is on the hook for the loss. 7 innings, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 walk, and 13 strikeouts. Little chopper. Travis throws to first. White's retired, 1 down. We mentioned the 13 strikeouts. It's only happened one other time this season where a pitcher has lost striking out 13, and that was Jose Fernandez of the Marlins.
That might have been his first split right there. We'll have to ask him about that tomorrow. That did some funky movement right at the end right there. I'll tell you what, if he can master that with his fastball,
it's a great combination.
That's a great combination.
To be able to throw that hard and then get that split working. It'd be interesting to see if he would break it out in a 1-0 game, throw it as an experiment. But that looked like it may have been a split. If the Blue Jays can't tie it up in the top of the 9th, Marcus Stroman would become just the 5th pitcher in franchise history for the Blue Jays to have 12 or more strikeouts and pick up a loss. And it's a who's who of Blue Jays pitchers. It includes A.J. Burnett, Roger Clemens, Jay Happ, and Ted Lilly. They all had 12 or more strikeouts in a losing effort.
Well, it'll have to be the bottom of the lineup for the Blue Jays. It's going to have to get it done, starting with Martin, Smoke, Pilar, and Barney.
Well, the bottom of the lineup has been consistent in their ability to get on base. 3-1 to Castro. Nice play from Travis. He dives and throws from the grass in the outfield. Take a hit away from Jason Castro.
Hey, put a star next to that one. We told you these are the 2 best fielding teams percentage-wise in the American League, and they're showing it off tonight. Kevin Pillar took a hit away earlier, and now Devin Travis is going to take a hit away from Jason Castro. A couple of steps and a dive, and then how about the throw? Accurately with something on it to get that runner over at first base. Devin Travis's defense has improved.
Isn't that something? When we first picked up Devin Travis, the label on him was pretty good hitter, not much of a defender, and that's been anything but the truth. Hot shot to the third baseman. Springer's retired. We go to the 9th. The Blue Jays trailed by a run. Russell Martin will lead things off, then Justin Smoke and Kevin Pillar. Blue Jays need some base runners.
The largest and only official team shop for your Toronto Blue Jays. New 2016 authentic jersey with 40th season sleeve patch is now available. Get yours today at jshop.ca, and a very busy group at Jays Shop, guys. They got a lot of new jerseys they're going to have to make.
They sure will with all of the trades. The Blue Jays picked up 3 players today. They picked up 5 players over the last 10 days or so. And they're going to have to make up some new jerseys. Scott Feldman down in the Blue Jays bullpen. He was acquired earlier today from the Houston Astros. He is now in the Blue Jays bullpen. New pitcher is Will Harris.
The new closer for the Houston Astros. They've gone through a couple of them already this year. This was a setup man, and he was a good one. Now they've moved him into that closer's role. He's 11 for 13 in saves. Basically 2 pitches. A fastball that cuts just a little bit and a good overhand curveball. Throws pretty hard. Not very good control. Russell Martin has gotten ahead in the count here against Will Harris.
2-0. Now it's 3-0. Altuve not hesitating after that last pitch. He hustled in from second base and said, wait a minute, man, it's a 1-0 game. You got to come after this guy. Altuve is certainly the leader of this ball club, and he immediately bolted in from second base and said, hey, you can't give up a leadoff walk here in the ninth.
Now with some power sitting on deck. Harris blew his second save the last time he was on the mound on Saturday. That was at Detroit.
That was against Justin Verlander, and Verlander pitched a terrific game, and the Tigers came back and won it. The Blue Jays trailing 1-0. Their last 1-0 loss was September 28, 2014 against the Orioles. Full count to Russell Martin. Got a piece of it for the whatever Altuve said to Harris has had an effect. He got right back into the count now. It's a full count.
Never like to see that infielders coming in. Pretty honest. Hey, throw strike. No kidding. And it could mess up your timing, but that seems to have slowed him down just a little bit.
Little bouncing ball up the third base line. That bounces foul.
You can see he's got that nice little late breaking cutter. Some movement on that fastball. You're going to have to stay on it. Tough to pull that pitch. There's the bench for the Blue Jays. You wonder if Josh Donaldson could be in the mix here in the ninth inning as a pinch hitter.
Doesn't look like he's getting ready to hit. Another 3-2 pitch. Harris is set. Russell hits it hard and deep, and this is going to tie it. Russell Martin with a leadoff home run here in the ninth. And another blown save for Harris. For Russell, that's his 8th home run, and that was a no-doubter.
No doubter up onto the train tracks in left field. They had that fastball away the whole at bat against Martin. And then for some reason, the catcher said fastball in, and that thing just cut right over the middle of the plate, right to the barrel of the bat for Russell Martin, and that thing was out of here quickly. One more time, watch the catcher on the inside part of the plate. The thing cuts right back to the middle, and Russell doesn't miss it. That's got to feel good, doesn't it? He knew it as soon as he hit it. That's not coming back.
Smoke fouls it off. Well, what a big hit for Russell Martin and the Blue Jays. His 8th home run gives him 40 RBIs on the season and makes it a brand new ball game here in the ninth. The Astros, we mentioned they got off to a 7-17 start in the month of April, but have rebounded very well. At the start of play this evening, they were 6 games back of the Texas Rangers in the AL West. But A.J. Hinch told me today they, as a team, were a little disappointed they didn't make more moves at the trade deadline, while they watched the Texas Rangers make move after move.
Yeah, big moves too. Get top flight talent in Beltran and Lucroy. They also got Jeremy Jeffress from Milwaukee. You know, that can have the opposite effect on the Blue Jays side. They make some changes and the guys are excited and fired up. If you don't make any changes, the guys say, hey, you got my back? You doing everything possible to help us try and win?
So breaking ball, and Smoke's caught looking at strike 3. 1 away.
Again, basically 2 pitches, fastball, curveball. Gets to 2 strikes, drops that curveball in on Smoke.
Ken Giles struck out the side in the 8th. Harris with a strikeout here in the 9th, but he has also given up a home run. Kevin Pillar 0 for 3. Chris Devenski, big right-hander, listening up in the Astros bullpen. Harris' fastball has a distinct cut to it. Well, I get a piece of it. Pat, let me ask you this. You talk about closers. They've had 3 different closers, and that can have a negative impact when you keep juggling around your closer situation. You see the Blue Jays bullpen, Osuna and Benoit.
Osuna if they take the lead, Benoit if they don't. I'm with you. I think pitchers are, as Pillar goes down, pitchers are creatures of habit. In that bullpen, everybody likes to have their job. You start messing that up and moving them people around, it could have a negative effect on you.
Ken Giles is 1 for 4 in save situations. That happened early in the season. He got off to a rough start. Then Luke Gregerson, he has 14 saves in 19 attempts. And now Harris is the closer. He has been charged with his 3rd blown save of the season. Darwin Barney 1 for 3, starting at 3rd base in place of Josh Donaldson, who was given the night off. Well, you're right about that pitch to Russell Martin. It's curious that they would pitch him inside. We talk about this ballpark and how the pitchers try to keep the hitters in the big part of the field. They certainly pitched to Martin's strength of that fastball inside.
I was shocked that he moved inside. He flashed fastball, moved inside. You just mentioned how he's got a distinctive cutting action to that fastball. That thing just cuts right back to the middle of the plate, right to Russell's barrel of the bat. And to his credit, he didn't miss it.
Three and 1 now to Darwin Barney. He takes a 2-out walk. A.J. Hinch, the manager, out of the Astros dugout. And he's going to make a pitching change. He's already made the call down to the bullpen. So Will Harris is on. Chris Devenski coming in. The closer has been charged with a blown save. The Blue Jays on Russell Martin's home run have tied it up here in the 9th. It's a 1-1 game.
five deals from Rogers, including offers on phones, tablets, data, and more. Select 2-year share everything plans. Hurry into a Rogers store today. That man there has made it a new ball game. Back to the top of the ninth we go with Buck and Pat.
Thank you, Barry. And he might not have been a more animated player in the Blue Jays dugout because of the trade deadline deals than Russell Martin. He was all pumped up about this day, and he's responded with a home run here in the ninth.
3 new pitchers that he gets to work with. Chris Davinsky will come in, 28 games for the hard-throwing right-hander. He will face Ryan Goins here with 2 outs.
Ryan Goins just back from AAA Buffalo. He's had 3 strikeouts tonight. And there goes Barney on the first pitch. And Goins fouls it out of play. I think Barney was just trying to steal it, and Goins fouled it back. The element of surprise. Darwin has 2 stolen bases this season, but I think they just took a shot to try to get him into scoring position.
Exactly. Yeah, and he got a good jump, and he had a chance. But that high fastball was fouled off. The element of surprise is now over. Bet she throws over.
Yeah, but you're right. You come in and the new relief pitcher's thinking all about getting this final out. He doesn't think about a stolen base, especially with a guy like Barney, who has just 2 steals all season long. It was a good time to take a shot for Barney. Ground ball. Altuve gets a big hop, and that'll do it. But the Blue Jays have tied it up in the ninth. Russell Martin leading off the inning, hit a fastball to the seats in left. A beautiful swing, and that makes it a 1-1 game. For the Blue Jays will be the veteran Joaquin Benoit. Bo Schultz pitched the 8th. And now in the 9th, it is Benoit making his 30th appearance of the season.
In 4th and 5th, 5 games since they acquired him from Seattle for Drew Storen. Benoit, repertoire, good fastball, slider, split combination. He's going to have to go right through the middle of the lineup of the Houston Astros. There's some home run power that he has to deal with here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Alex Bregman, the 3rd baseman, is 0 for 3 so far tonight. It'll be Bregman, Altuve, and Carlos Correa, 2, 3, and 4 in the Astros lineup. Altuve homered in his last at bat in the 6th. Little squibber back to the mound. 1 away. Now for a preview of what's coming up on Sportsnet Central. Here's Ken Reed and Ben Ennis. Thank you very much, fellas, and that's all coming up right after this game. And here is Jose Altuve, and you can see the hit total, 976 for Altuve. And the MVP chance as well. First pitch swinging, he hits it off the end of the bat. 2 up, 2 down for Benoit.
Those are the two guys that was in that last shot, Martin and Altuve, the only guys who touched home plate tonight. Thanks to the home run. Well, that was a big hit by Russell. His approach at the plate has been good.
He went through such a tough stretch at the start of the season, but he never lost his confidence, and he continued to work at it and get things sorted out. 40 ribbies for Martin now. 2 outs, Carlos Correa 0 for 3. The comfort level with Benoit and Grilli has been remarkable for the Blue Jays. You bring them into a game and they might get beat, but they're not going to beat themselves.
That's right. And John Gibbons showed that last year, the last couple of months of the season, when he had a lot of veterans in that bullpen, and he used them, and he leaned on them heavily. With Troy Hawkins and Mark Lowe. They've got those veterans down there again after the trades that they made.
Two balls and a strike to Carlos Correa. I mentioned that Scott Feldman is in the Blue Jays bullpen, but he pitched a lot yesterday through 2 innings, through 38 pitches in Detroit against the Tigers. Gave up a couple of home runs in those 2 innings of work, so he's probably not available tonight.
And this is just a guess, because the Blue Jays don't like to tell us those things. They used 6 relievers yesterday in that 12-inning game. You got to figure Jason Grilli might be down tonight also. He's had a lot of work over the last few days. Told you Benoit, this is 4 games now that he has pitched in 5 games since he's been with the Blue Jays.
There's a 2-out walk. So Benoit walks Correa. And he looked like he was pitching very carefully.
Pitching him around him.
Correct.
Yeah, pitch around him because he's got great power. Probably has seen the scouting report that Colby Rasmus has been struggling lately. Didn't want to have anything to do with Correa. Would have to take his chances with Rasmus.
Rasmus is 0 for 3 tonight. He is 3 for his last 53. Couple of strikeouts. And he has a lot of swings and misses. He also has a lot of power. And if he does connect, he can hit it a long way.
Low ball hitter. And that's where Benoit's pitches are down. Splitter, fastball splitter down. Outfield very deep, nothing over your heads.
Missed away. It's a ball and a strike.
We were just talking about the outfielders playing very deep. Michael Saunders in left field. Looks like he is on the warning track. Trying to cut off any ball in the gap. That's not necessarily a ball over his head. It's the ball down the line or into the gap in left center field. He's got to cut it off and get it back in.
Downstairs. Correa walked with 2 outs. He can run. He's got 10 stolen bases. Interesting to see if they would take a chance to start him at first. Strike 2 to Rasmus.
He can go a couple of places here now. He can go with that fastball again, or take a chance with that splitter and try and get the strikeout. I'm with you. I'm surprised that Correa hasn't tried to steal a base.
Yeah, and especially in this shift setup defensively with Goins on the first base side of second.
He might go now.
Not running. Rasmus hits it high to left field. Saunders has a beat on it right at the warning track, and that'll do it. For a second consecutive day, the Blue Jays are going to go to extra innings. It's a 1-1 game. When we come back, the leadoff man, Devin Travis, will start things off. He's 2 for 4. Then Jose Bautista and Edwin Encarnacion, top of the order in this tie game.
Fans, a reminder, Ari Dickey goes to the hill tomorrow against Lance McCullers. It's the Blue Jays and Astros game 2 of 4 here from Minute Maid Park. Our pregame show gets underway at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific right here on Sportsnet. We go to extra innings. Here's Buck and Pat.
Thank you very much, Barry. Indeed, extra inning. Blue Jays played 12 innings yesterday in a loss to Baltimore. So now it's a challenge for both of these bullpens. Devin Travis hits it in the air to center field. Rasmus backing up a few steps. One pitch went out here in the 10th. Jose Bautista is 0 for 3. He has a walk and a strikeout. Bautista waved at that breaking ball. He is behind 0-2.
You don't normally see that from him, waving at that breaking ball. But there's not a lot of history between the Blue Jays and this pitcher, so they don't have that much of a scouting report on him.
First time that he has pitched against the Blue Jays. He got kind of a funny arm swing, like a short arm swing, and it's difficult to pick up the baseball. Not sure where that release point's coming from.
Got a lot of movement in that windup too.
Foul chip hung on to by Castro. Bautista strikes out. 2 outs, top of the 10th.
Didn't know if he was going to challenge him or not, 3-2, but he throws him a breaking ball. Might have been off the plate, fouled it, tipped, and held on to by Castro. That's tough for a hitter when you just don't know what a pitcher is going to do, what his pattern is, what he likes to throw, what his breaking ball looks like.
Well, it's also tough for Bautista. This is just his 6th game back, coming off her 7th game off the disabled list, and he doesn't have his timing down. And here you're facing pitchers that are right in the middle of their season, and Bautista was out for 6 weeks, and I don't care how many at-bats you have in the minor leagues. When you come back to big leagues, there's a dramatic adjustment trying to play catch-up.
It's just timing for him right now. Seeing the pitch.
Edwin in an effort to keep that ball down the right side, hits it into the seats. He had good coverage out there. Doesn't hit a lot of balls to right field, but Springer's playing it basically straight away in right. In case you're just joining us, Troy Tulowitzki and Josh Donaldson not in the starting lineup tonight. Tulowitzki was hit by a pitch on his right thumb yesterday. Donaldson has been given the night off, just as an effort to let him recharge his batteries a bit. No swing, according to Tony Randazzo, down at first. He was asked the appeal by Jason Castro.
I think the fans thought the pitch might have been a strike, and then they thought that he might have swung. But no, says Tony Randazzo.
Donaldson strikes out. Stavinsky retiring all 4 batters since he's come into this game. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th, still 1-1. Two swings of the bat tonight that provided all the offense in this ballgame. Altuve with a 2-out home run in the 6th, and Russell Martin with a leadoff home run in the top of the 9th. That's a 1-1 game. Altuve and Martin with solo home runs, the only runs in this ballgame.
Great pitching from both sides. The starters were outstanding tonight for the Astros and the Blue Jays, and now the bullpens have been as equal, as good. And out of that bullpen for the Blue Jays for the 3rd reliever tonight, Joe Biagini. 3-2.
Biagini's done a nice job.
Yes, he has. For a guy who hasn't pitched above Double-A until this season, he's a Rule 5 player. from the San Francisco Giants. Joe's only walked 12 batters in 40 2/3 innings this season, pitching out of the bullpen.
Evan Gattis, the DH. He has struck out all 3 times he's come to the plate.
And he's got one thing on his mind, doesn't he? After you saw that first swing, try to end it.
Marcus Stroman struck out 13 tonight in 7 innings of work. Good curveball. Biagini, as Pat mentioned, had never pitched above Double-A prior to this season, and he had a little rough spot middle of the season. Oh, what an at-bat. He really carved up Gattis. 4 strikeouts tonight for the Astros DH.
And that's what happens when you try to end it with one swing. You end up striking out, and that's something that Marcus Stroman did a lot tonight. 13 punch-outs for Marcus in 7 innings. He got the side 3 times in the 4th. He did it in the 7th. He struck out multiple batters in the 1st and in the 5th also. All told, just 1 earned run. That mistake, and it really wasn't a mistake. It's a breaking ball home run.
A good hitter hit a good pitch.
Yes.
Jake Marisnick, in his 2nd at-bat of the game, he entered the game as a defensive replacement. And he grounded out against Bo Schultz in the 8th. Marisnick came in the ball game, top of the 7th, to take over in left field.
You were just talking about Biagini and hitting the wall right around June, beginning of June or so. The Blue Jays gave him some time off, and it really recharged his battery. His fastball's been a lot better. His curveball's been a lot better. And now his cutter has been a lot sharper. John Gibbons gave him about a week off.
The Blue Jays, in a 6-2 loss yesterday, managed just 6 hits in 12 innings. They have 6 hits through 10 here tonight. The hitting been just off a bit.
Got to give some of that credit to the pitching. Chris Tillman was really good yesterday, and we all know about Baltimore's bullpen, how deep and good that is. Pfister was good tonight.
Barney takes a tough hop, throws the first in time to get Marisnick. Marisnick can run. Barney came in quickly and took the short hop and threw the first in time.
You know, Darwin knows that Marisnick can run, so he's got to make a decision, a quick decision. If I lay back on this ball, he's going to beat it out. The only play I have is to charge it, catch it on that in-between hop. And once that ball found his leather, he was able to finish it off. It's a good play.
The front-running Orioles are off tonight. They'll play tomorrow and pick things up in Baltimore tomorrow. The Red Sox are in Seattle to play the Mariners. They're in the top of the 5th in a scoreless game. Both teams with just 1 hit.
Night of the pitchers.
That sure is. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Red Sox. 4 innings of 1 hit ball with 4 strikeouts. James Paxton, 4 1/3. 1 hit allowed. He hasn't walked a batter and struck out 1.
That game, this game, how about the Kansas City-Tampa Bay game tonight?
Danny Duffy, 8 innings of 1 hit ball with 16 strikeouts.
Have a night.
The dog days of August have arrived. Joe Biagini with a hot smash, and Tyler White's hit in tough luck tonight. That looked like it had a chance to go into center field, but Biagini speared it for the 3rd out of the inning. White was robbed earlier by Kevin Pillar. This time it's the pitcher who takes a hit away from him. Joe Biagini with a good bottom of the 10th. It's a 1-1 game, and the Blue Jays start to play tonight a half game behind the Baltimore Orioles. We'll take a look at the Blue Jays month by month. First, offensively, batting average in April 232, and they didn't score many runs, but you can see, Pat, it's gotten better and better as the season has gone on.
Weather warms up, and the bats have warmed up just a little bit, averaging those 5.5 runs. That's the magic number for me. If you can average 5 runs a game, you're going to win a lot of games. And the Blue Jays have been there. Now, they've run into some pretty good pitching like we were just talking about over the last couple of games. So runs have been hard to come by. That's when you've got to start manufacturing runs.
Michael Saunders has a hit in 4 at-bats.
It's been a lot of strikeouts tonight. We mentioned Marcus Stroman's big night all by himself with 13. But
Biagini has a strikeout, so the Astros have struck out 14 times.
Blue Jays have struck out 15 times.
Pfister had 8. Ken Giles struck out the side in his inning of work. Harris had a couple of strikeouts, and Levinsky's had 2. Outside.
Everybody in the lineup tonight for the Blue Jays has struck out at least 1 time except Darwin Barney.
Off-speed pitch, and there's another strikeout racked up by the Astros. Michael Saunders strikes out to start the 11th. Levinsky has made 4 starts this year, so he's got some length. His last outing in Detroit on Friday night, he pitched 3 1/3 through 51 pitches, so he can give you some innings.
And he's throwing hard, throwing some quality pitches. That one was 94 on the knees. Not much you can do with that. They're carrying 8 relievers. And they've used 5 of them already tonight.
Well, they used 2 to get through the 7th inning. Tony Sipp came into the game, pitched to 1 batter, and Matt Neshek got the next 2. Brito Osuna standing by just in case Russell gets into another one.
Blue Jays need a run. I think they're playing short down in that bullpen, so they can't go too much deeper into this ball game.
Of course, the Blue Jays played that 19-inning game on Canada Day, lost to the Indians 2-1. Later, an extra inning game yesterday at Rogers Center, 12 innings against the Orioles. This is the 12th extra inning game, and Russell Martin takes strike 3. That's 4 straight strikeouts for Levinsky.
That is the first one that was taken. The other ones were all swinging. Like Russell was looking for an off-speed pitch, and he threw a fastball by him.
This is the first game of a 7-game road trip. 4 here in Houston, 3 in Kansas City. Justin Smoak, the first baseman. Blue Jays have stranded 8 base runners this evening.
Justin's got some extra base pop in that bat, and that's exactly what the Blue Jays need right now.
Davinsky's done a nice job of mixing his pitches very effectively. And he has kept the ball out of the middle of the plate. Ripped foul by Smoker. Davinsky throws his changeup almost as much as he throws his fastball. Both about 38%. Mix in a curveball and occasional slider. Not very often will he throw a slider.
Here comes the curveball.
How about 5 strikeouts in a row for Chris Davinsky? The Blue Jays have now struck out 18 times in this game, and we go to the bottom of the 11th. Pitching for the Blue Jays month by month this season, and despite a pretty good ERA in April, the team went 11-14 and had things really turned around for the ball club in May.
How about that? 17 wins by the Blue Jays with an outstanding earned run average of 3.4. A little bit of a hiccup, I guess, in June, but they still had a winning record, and then they had a great July. 337 earned run average. That's team earned run average. Marcus Stroman had a great month of July. Jay Happ had a great month of July. Aaron Sanchez was undefeated in July. Trying to kickstart August on a good note with a win.
Joe Biagini with his second inning of relief. First pitch swinging, that is Jason Castro. The catcher batting ninth, his first hit of the ball game. He was robbed of a hit in his last at bat in the 8th inning, and this time he goes more up the middle for a base hit.
Astros get their first hit since the 6th inning. That was the home run by Altuve. Through the shift, 3 infielders on the right side of the infield, but he's able to find a hole.
Leadoff man George Springer. You wouldn't expect the Astros to bunt in this situation. Wouldn't want to give away an out. Powerful Springer at the plate.
Yeah, you got a right-handed hitter in this ballpark. You're thinking about extra bases right here. Can't really pinch run for the catcher, Jason Castro, because their backup catcher is tonight's DH. They are playing a little short on that bench also. They've had some of their players banged up.
Good fastball. Biagini's ahead of 1-2. The Astros have just 2 players on their bench. Carlos Gomez and Marwin Gonzalez. Jake Marisnick came into the game as a defensive replacement back in the 7th.
Gomez has a hamstring problem, and Gonzalez has a little bit of a hand problem. They're banged up. They can play, but they're banged up.
The Astros plan on having Gomez play tomorrow. A.J. Hinch suggested that he will be ready to get back in the lineup tomorrow. Alex Bregman on deck, the rookie third baseman. Springer gets a piece of it to stay alive. With so many strikeouts in this game, neither club has turned a double play.
Hasn't been a lot of base runners with all the strikeouts. That base hit right there by Castro is just the 4th of the night for the Astros.
Teams have combined for 32 strikeouts tonight. The Blue Jays have matched their season high offensively with 18 strikeouts. Ground ball. This could be a double play. Nice flip to Goins, back not in time. Springer out, ran it. Boy, Travis made a very nice shovel flip to Goins coming across the bag, but Springer runs so well he was able to leg it out.
Yeah, if it was a little bit closer to the bag, maybe under the glove of Biagini, the flip a little bit high where he's got to reach for it, and that slowed him down just a little bit. And you mentioned Springer can run. He gets to the base right before the ball. Now he's got a stolen base in this game. Did that way back in the 1st inning. Got to figure that he's going to be off at some point here.
Biagini has allowed 5 stolen bases this season. He's been on the mound when they've caught just 1 base stealer. So base runners are 5 for 6 with Biagini on the mound and stealing bases. Springer's stolen base back in the 1st was his 7th. But he's been caught 8 times. Pretty good looking pitch. Martin held it for the umpire, Brian Blakely, to get a good look at it. Bottom of the 11th. Two balls and a strike to Alex Bregman. He is 0 for 4 tonight. He's 1 for 26 in his young big league career.
Boy, they might start that runner at first base. They're ahead of the count. Guessing fastball.
Not going. Bregman swings and misses. The Astros are among the leaders in the use of analytics. They use a lot of information to evaluate their team, evaluate their opponents. Popped into the seats. The reason I bring that up is when they talk about Alex Bregman, the third baseman, yeah, he's 1 for 26, but they say, well, you know, he's got a good exit velocity coming off his bat. It means he's hitting the ball hard and hitting it tough luck.
When he's hitting it?
Yeah, good exit velocity.
Got to hit it.
He's still got to get a hit.
Yeah,
he's got 1 hit, 26 at bats.
Still got to hit it. Make him stop.
There he goes. Fouled back.
Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, and if you're paying attention, all you got to do is keep your eye on Springer. When his feet continue to move, he's going to run.
Yeah, every lead over there at first base until that last one, he was set. Now look at him. He's starting to shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. You know he's going to go.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he stole second base in the first inning.
Yeah, he just kept moving. You
Just
got to make him stop.
Hold the ball.
Full count. Bregman struck out when Springer stole in the first. Martin made a strong throw, but Springer had a walking lead and had a great jump at first. There he goes. Swing and a miss. Here's the throw to second. They've got him hung up. He hustles back to first. The ball was in the dirt. Travis knocked it down, and Springer alertly headed back to first and dives in safely.
Boy, what a heads-up play by Springer. You can get a feel as a base runner if you got a good jump or not. He must have felt like he didn't get a good jump. He looked over his shoulder and saw that it was strike three. Puts on the brakes, makes a U-turn, and gets back after that ball short hop. Devin Travis. So instead of a strike him out, throw him out, they've got their best hitter at the plate and one of their fastest runners at first base.
Jose Altuve 1 for 4 with that solo home run. That came in the 6th. He goes after the first pitch. He's very aggressive. Loves to swing at that first pitch, especially a fastball. Altuve is in his 6th big league season. Came up for the first time in 2011 as a 21-year-old. He has led the league in hits the last 2 seasons. This home run, his 19th of the season. Popped up over near the Astros dugout. Smoke will get there, and that ends the inning. Joe Biagini with his 2nd strong inning of relief. We're headed to the 12th.
Tuesday nights with the greatest superstars in sports entertainment. WWE SmackDown Tuesday nights on Sportsnet 360 and Sportsnet Now. Now, back to Buck and Pat.
Thank you very much, Barry Davidson, for a 2nd straight day. The Blue Jays are playing at least 12 innings. They played 12 innings yesterday.
3 out of the last 6 games, they have played 12 innings. That's a lot of ABs. That's a lot of pitches thrown by the bullpen.
Well, I think you made a great point earlier about the fact that everybody's trying to win this game with one swing of the bat. And you got to get back to having good approaches. Get a pitch, drive it, get on base, put some hits together. Blue Jays have 6 hits. The Astros have 4 hits. Everybody's trying to be a hero. That's why they have racked up so many strikeouts.
It'll help to get that first batter on base here.
Tony Randazzo down at first base. Hearing it from the Blue Jays dugout. Breaking ball. This time he said no swing. Another breaking ball from Devenski.
He is swinging before he sees the ball right now, so they're throwing him a lot of off-speed pitches.
Kevin Pillar strikes out. Devenski has struck out 6 straight Blue Jay batters. You can see why they like him. He's got length. He can pitch long. He's made 4 starts for the Astros this season. And that's a valuable arm to have down in your pen. A guy that can give you multiple innings out of the bullpen. Blue Jays are 4-7 in extra inning games. Look at this. Josh Donaldson has put a helmet on. He's putting his armor on, and looks like he's getting ready to hit. He's going to hit for Ryan Goins. Darwin Barney with a 2-1 count. Donaldson now out on the on-deck circle, limbering up.
He was the DH in yesterday's game, as that ball was fouled off and actually had to come into the game defensively. John Gibbons trying to give him a quote half day off DHing, and that didn't work out.
Well, I guarantee you Josh Donaldson lobbied for this at bat. Say, hey, Skip, put me in there. I've been resting for about 3.5 hours.
I'm fine.
Breaking ball off the plate. Chris Devenski has retired all 8 batters he's faced since coming into the game in the 9th. And he has 6 consecutive strikeouts, a string that's alive with Darwin Barney battling with a full count.
First batter he faced was Ryan Goins, who grounded out, and there was a fly ball, and everything else has been a strikeout. Putting up a battle. Fans, Blue Jay fans are getting their money's worth watching their team tonight.
Another strikeout for Devenski. That is 7 in a row. Chris Devenski has really slammed the door on the Blue Jays hitters. He is 25 years old, originally signed by the White Sox. And you look at the best ERA in the American League among rookies, Ryan Dahl of Oakland and Chris Devenski at 235, and you can see why. He's been impressive.
3 pitches that he's throwing over at any time in the count.
Here's Josh Donaldson pinch hitting for Ryan Goins. The American League record for consecutive strikeouts, there's an interesting link. It's 9. Doug Fister, the starter in tonight's game, had a 9 strikeout game in 2012 while pitching for Detroit. The Major League record for consecutive strikeouts is 10 by the Hall of Famer Tom Seaver in 1970. So what you're seeing right now is pretty historic for the young rookie. That's that great changeup.
Changeup 3-0. You know, Josh had the green light right there trying to untie this ball game, and he throws in a changeup.
Foul back. Donaldson, 298 for the season. That's an average, and he's closing ground quickly on another MVP season. 25 doubles, 5 triples, 25 home runs, and 74 RBIs. He and Altuve are in the conversation. Ground ball, that'll snap the string of strikeouts. Donaldson grounds out. Chris Devenski has retired all 10 batters he's faced since coming into this game. Twelfth inning, and it's easy to forget that Marcus Stroman was terrific in the start tonight. He set a career high with 13 strikeouts, and Pat, he had everything working.
He had it working, the slider, the curveball. He was throwing the fastball with good movement in on the hands underneath the bat of Colby Rasmus. For Marcus, 7 innings, he only gave up 3 hits. One of them was the home run by Altuve, the only run he gave up. 1 walk, 13 strikeouts. He's been outstanding. Unfortunately, Blue Jays couldn't get him any runs. He'll pick up a no decision, and the Blue Jays will send out their 4th reliever. Now, Brett Cecil, for the 30th time, comes into the ballgame. Josh Donaldson will take over at third base, moving Darwin Barney over to shortstop.
Brett Cecil has thrown the ball very well as you look at Barney moving from third base to shortstop. R.A. Dickey just ran down from the Blue Jays dugout to the bullpen. He is scheduled to start tomorrow, but he has obviously offered to be down in that bullpen just in case. Correa 0 for 3 with a walk. Broken bat, little liner to Donaldson. He makes the catch, and Correa's retired.
Now, here's the thinking why R.A. Dickey is down in that bullpen. Jason Gurley's thrown a lot lately, so you got to figure that he's down for tonight. Scott Feldman, who just came over here in the trade, pitched a lot in yesterday's game in Detroit, so you got to figure he's down. They got to save Osuna for the bottom of the inning if they take up the lead. So you got Brett Cecil for his 1 inning. And if it goes longer, you're probably going to see R.A. Dickey.
Yeah. And then you ask yourself, will they leave Russell Martin in the game? Russell has not caught Dickey at all this spring or into the regular season. Cecil, another good curveball as he gets ahead of Rasmus. 0-2. Joe Biagini with 2 terrific innings of relief. The bullpens have both matched up very well. Rasmus foul tips it.
Tell you what, I wouldn't throw him a fastball right here. Red's got that good, hard breaking ball back.
There's another breaking ball for the strikeout. Rasmus is tagged out at home plate. He strikes out for a 3rd time tonight. Boy, Cecil's got that great curveball back to the out.
And that's been the difference. Good fastball with some good movement on it. That time he drops that curveball on him to pick up the strikeout. Last time up, Evan Gattis was trying to untie the game with a home run.
I think that's been the approach of most of the hitters in extra innings. Thinking one swing of the bat, I can win the game. That has led to 36 strikeouts in this game.
20 from the Blue Jays.
Evan Gattis has struck out 4 times for the 2nd time this season. He had a 4 strikeout game against the White Sox back in May.
Three and 0. He's going to be swinging from his heels. Throw him a breaking ball.
He does. He was swinging and hits a fly ball into center. Pollard gets there. Good call, Tabby. He dropped that hook on him, and Gattis hits a lazy fly ball to run. We'll go to the lucky 13th inning. Top of the order for the Blue Jays. Devin Travis has a couple of hits tonight. Jose Bautista, then Edwin Encarnacion. Top of the order in this tie game. We are in Houston, Texas, taking on the Astros in the first game of a 4-game series. The Blue Jays trail the Baltimore Orioles by a half game, and this man has been quite impressive, Chris Devenski. Since coming into the game, he has not allowed a base runner. 3 1/3, and he had a stretch of 7 consecutive strikeouts. Snapped when he got Josh Donaldson to ground out to shortstop.
He gave up a big home run in his last game in Detroit. That was a game winner for the Tigers. I think it was Tyler Collins took him deep in that game. Blue Jays looking for something like that here. That changeup's been great, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sure has. And you can see why he can start, because he can throw that changeup for strikes. Devin Travis with 2 hits. This is his 6th plate appearance. And he was 2 for 5 to this point. Big right-hander Michael Felice is warming up for Houston.
That is the second time that we have seen a player slipping at home plate after they made contact. Did you see Altuve slip on his home run? His front foot gave way. Devin Travis swings, and his feet give out from under. I wonder.
You know what it is? It's the combination of hard clay and those rubber spikes.
Not digging in.
Broken bat, little pop up to Altuve at second. One away here in the 13th inning. The Blue Jays have struck out 20 times tonight. That's a season high. Their previous high was 18 in that 19-inning game on Canada Day. They lost that game 2-1 in 19 innings.
He just hasn't given the Blue Jays anything to hit.
No, he hasn't left anything out over the plate. Working both sides of the plate very effectively.
Got 3 pitches that he has thrown over at any time for strikes. You see, he falls off towards first base, and it's almost like he's throwing it and running out of the area around the pitcher's mound. Blue Jays are having trouble picking that ball up. There was a pitch to hit.
Popped up behind home. Jason Castro is there and makes the catch. 2 pop-outs here in the 13th.
Now he can be really careful. 2 outs, nobody on with Encarnacion. Didn't give him much to hit last time when he struck him out.
There was a hanging breaking ball up around the letters, but Conachon swings through it. Looks like Roberto Osuna is going to come in the bottom half of this inning. Brett Cecil retired the side in order in the 12th. Bouncing ball to short. 3 up, 3 down. Blue Jays, top of the order, goes quietly in the top half of the 13th. Nice job by the rookie Chris Devenski. Roberto Osuna headed towards the mound.
To the bottom of the 13th, a very patient Ken Reed and Ben Ennis are suited up back at Sportsnet, ready to take you for Sportsnet Central. They'll have all the details on all the trades made today, and there were many of them. But for now, we go to the bottom of the 13th, and we send you over to Buck Martinez and Pat Tabler.
Thank you very much, Barry Davis, and you're hanging in there with a lot of energy in your voice. That's a good thing. Lots of trades, lots of things to be broken down. The Blue Jays got 3 players this afternoon. They got Scott Feldman, Mike Bolsinger, and Francisco Liriano. And here is Roberto Osuna coming into the ball game. Brett Cecil worked a clean in.
And the way this game has been going, they might need 3 more new arms tomorrow. Roberto Osuna worked in yesterday's ball game, a clean 9th inning. Remember, the Blue Jays played 12 innings yesterday against the Baltimore Orioles. Roberto had an inning, a couple of strikeouts. So he will face 7, 8, 9 here in the 13th.
Jake Marisnick getting his third appearance. He came into the ballgame defensively in the 7th. Osuna threw 15 pitches in his inning of work yesterday. Marcus Stroman went 7 innings. He allowed 3 hits and a single run. And Bo Schultz, Joaquin Benoit, Joe Biagini with 2 innings. Brett Cecil an inning, and now Roberto Osuna. This becomes a battle of wills now. You play this long, nobody wants to lose, obviously.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself, hey, if we're going to be out here, let's win it. These are the games where home runs or errors end up winning or costing you a game.
Ground ball underneath the glove of Travis into center. Marisnick is aboard. A 2-strike base hit for Jake Marisnick.
And when you talk about wills, you just have to keep focused in the game. It's been out here a long time. That ball underneath the glove of Travis and into center field for a base hit. You just have to stay focused, keep pushing yourself through it. It's going to be interesting see what they do right here with that leadoff runner on base.
Marisnick has 6 stolen bases. He's been caught 4 times. He's got a big lead at first. Not running, they show bunt, and Tyler White bunts right through it. The Astros have used the sacrifice just 19 times. They have 19 sacrifice bunts. Tyler White does not have a sacrifice.
And it showed on that first attempt right there. The first thing you want to do if you're asked to bunt is bunt a strike. That ball looked like it was off the plate.
One of the real flaws in development in the minor leagues, the fact that you have power hitters like White, who's hit in the middle of the order his whole career. Now he's batting in the 8th spot.
I bet you he hasn't tried to bunt one time.
Ground ball punched towards second. Travis looked at second, didn't have a play on Marisnick. And Tyler White advances the runner into scoring position with the grounder.
That's the first runner to get to second base since this game was tied up by Russell Martin in the 9th inning by either team. That's how good the pitching has been in extra innings.
Russell Martin out to go over the signs with the runner in scoring position. Darwin Barney began the game at third base. He's now playing shortstop. Marisnick has good speed at second. Jason Castro singled his last time up. Osuna with the inside move, just in case Marisnick got a little Yancey.
You don't see that very often from Roberto, do you?
Castro with his first at bat against Osuna. He loses the bat, goes all the way back to the backstop. Castro making sure that bat didn't break. It slammed up against the backstop and it had funny sound when it hit. And he's confident it's okay. Bottom of the 13th. Jake Marisnick with just the 5th Astros hit of the ball game at second base now. Osuna, in pitching the 9th inning in yesterday's game, struck out Chris Davis and Mark Trumbo, and then got Pedro Alvarez to fly out to left field.
He doesn't look nervous, does he?
He doesn't get nervous. He relishes these opportunities, obviously, for a youngster. He's just 21 years old. He's very confident, very composed. Castro chases that breaking ball and strikes out. That's the thing that has really helped Osuna, is he has got more of a downward break on this slider.
A little bit more. Look at the movement on that thing, a tight spin. He can really spin that baseball, and that helps it to drop like that. He got a couple of pointers from his dad when his family was in Toronto. Thought that he was overcompensating. It looks like the Blue Jays are going to put Springer on and face the rookie.
Yeah, this is the percentage move. There's no question about that. Springer's had a decent night at the plate. He's been on base 3 times. Well, Alex Bregman, the rookie third baseman, is 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts.
Got to play those percentages.
Springer was moved into the leadoff spot on May 24th. And the Astros have gone 38-20 since he's hit first in the order. There's been a nice little spark at the top of the order, and you can see him encouraging Bregman. Get a good pitch to hit before he took off for first. .22-year-old Alex Bregman played his college baseball at LSU. First round pick in 2015. Here he's in the big leagues. And he's behind 0-2.
Couple of tough sliders right there. Got his first big league hit yesterday.
Gets away from Martin, and I'll go back to the screen. Marisnick moves to third, Springer to second. Obviously, the only man that counts is Marisnick.
Tried to overthrow that breaking ball and bounced it into dirt. Going for the strikeout. Russell can't corral that one.
Bregman is 0 for 5. He's behind 1-2. Osuna strikes him out. The Astros leave base runners at second and third. Another strikeout. 2 for Osuna in the inning as Alex Bregman strikes out for a 3rd time. Going to go to the 14th in this 1-1 game. Houston Astros as Michael Feliz comes on to make his 30th appearance of the season. He's got a good look charm. He's 6-1, but his ERA at 4.37.
Look what the right-handers are hitting against him, just 180. 6th relief pitcher of the night for the Houston Astros. And you say, well, we're getting down to the guys who can't really pitch. Now, 66 strikeouts in his 45 and a third innings this year. That is 3rd among American League rookies, those 66 strikeouts and just 15 base on balls. Another guy who can come out there, he's got a good fastball and a good slider. Guy can come out of that bullpen throwing hard.
Michael Saunders to lead things off for the Blue Jays. Gets a fastball on the first pitch.
How about Chris Davinsky?
What an effort.
No hits, no runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts, 4 innings of relief.
4 1/3. Didn't allow a base runner. He closed out the 9th inning when he came in relief of Will Harris, who was charged with the blown save as he gave up the home run to Russell Martin. How about this? Scott Feldman. He pitched in the game yesterday as a member of the Astros. He is loosening up now for the Blue Jays. He was acquired in a trade this afternoon. Feldman was very excited about the trade. He has a lot of former teammates on the Blue Jays right now. And there were a lot of familiar faces when he came across the diamond and joined the Blue Jays in their clubhouse. Another strikeout. That's 21 strikeouts by the Blue Jay hitters tonight. That is a franchise record, the most they've ever struck out in a single game in franchise history, going back to 1977.
And that's 14 straight batters that have gone down. The last time the Blue Jays had a base runner, got to go back to that walk by Darwin Barney back in the 9th inning. All or nothing for the Jays tonight.
Pretty much the same for Houston. It's a 1-1 game. Breaking ball in there. The pitchers have had the upper hand all over baseball tonight. There are only 8 games on the schedule. Kansas City got a great effort from Danny Duffy tonight against Tampa Bay. Duffy, 8 innings of 1-hit ball. He struck out 16. Out in Seattle, the Red Sox and the Mariners are locked in a 1-0 game, top of the 8th. Those two teams have combined for 6 hits, 3 apiece. The Mariners and the Red Sox, two of the better hitting clubs in baseball.
Very good hitting ball clubs.
It's a high fly ball to center field. Martin's retired. Let's check in with Hazel May. James Paxton for the Mariners, and Eduardo Rodriguez pitched 6 1/3. He was charged with that earned run. He had 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. Bobby Ross Jr. is now in the game.
The Cubbies threw a shutout tonight, too. There's another good pitching. Was that Hendricks who was pitching for the Cubs tonight?
Yes, it was. 9 innings, 7 hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Ichiro Suzuki, 0 for 1. Still 2 hits shy of 3,000. Justin Smoak, he has struck out 3 times. Jason Grilli, he has grabbed the baseball and joined Feldman. Another multi-strikeout inning recorded by the Astros pitching staff. 2 strikeouts for Michael Felice. He has a 1-2-3 top half of the 14th. Altuve, Correa, and Rasmus when we come back to Houston. Player that wakes up in the morning playing for one team pitches against his former team later on that same day. That's the case with Scott Feldman, who was acquired by the Blue Jays this afternoon. As he was pitching for Houston yesterday, he pitches for Toronto tonight.
Pitching for the Astros, pitches against them tonight. Pretty good numbers. 5 and 3 with a 290 earned run average. Fastball, cutter, curveball from Feldman. Probably good for 1 inning because he threw yesterday in that game in Detroit. And now gets a chance to face his former team, and wouldn't you know it, he's going to face one of the best hitters in all of baseball in the 14th inning.
That's Jeff Luhnow, the GM baseball operations here in Houston, and he is very interested observer, obviously. Jeff Luhnow was the man that agreed to the trade that sent Scott Feldman to the Blue Jays. Jose Altuve, 1-for-5, takes a first pitch breaking ball from his former teammate. Shows bunt, pulls the bat back. These two teams have combined to strike out 40 times in this game. We are in the bottom of the 14th inning. The major league record for strikeouts in a ball game combined is 43. Altuve with a base hit into left field. So Altuve with the leadoff base hit, he's a threat to run.
Yes, he is. They wanted that ball down and away. And the ball ends up and in on Altuve. Pulls that ball into left field. His second hit of the night, and he's got 25 stolen bases. So you got to figure he might be on the move.
So it's been caught 4 times. There's a fly ball deep to right. Bautista on the run. This ball is off the wall. Altuve's going to come around third. Here's the relay from Travis. That's the ball game. Carlos Correa with his 68th RBI in the bottom of the 14th. Altuve singled, Correa hit a double, and the Astros walk off the Blue Jays. The 6th time the Blue Jays have been walked off this season.
You know, we started this broadcast talking about how tough it's been for the Blue Jays to win in this ballpark. That's 8 in a row now that they've lost. It took them 14 innings. A lot of good things for the Blue Jays tonight, but unfortunately they get walked off by the Astros. And that's 2 in a row now for the Jays that they've two tough, hard-nosed, hard-luck losses.
Extra inning losses. The rookie youngster shortstop Correa with the hit. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow night. Stay tuned. Here's Sportsnet Central. Ken Reed and Ben Ennis.